Helps if I unmute the microphone. Helps if I... Fantastic. Let's continue, shall we? Or rather, let's have a quick look at this thing that I designed in the editor extension save. I've been procrastinating for a little while, making a better version of the Omnicrafter. And this is it. There might be a little bit left to iterate on here, but I'm pretty happy with it already. So, how does this work? Hey, I am Sark. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So basically, we've got a list of stuff that we want to craft. As positive signals. We've got everything that's in the logistic network as a negative signal. And this little bit here, each greater than 0 output each input count before we do that is just to get rid of sometimes the logistic network. Excuse me. Sometimes the logistic network will report a negative amount of something that's in it if bots are going to pick it up and there isn't enough there. So we want to get rid of that. Hello, Overclock. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well too. Thank you. Fantastic. Yeah, doing pretty well. Just got my... I would say exercise for the week, but I'm trying to break it up into halves. So exercise for the half of the week, I guess. Feeling a little bit tired, but good. So, basically we compare what's in the logistic network as negative signals to positive signals for stuff that we want, and when it comes to crafting combinators, receiving signals, just like set requests on requester chest or set filters on an inserter, it's not going to set it if it is 0 or negative. You have a new mic? You sound different? I do not actually have a new mic. Let me try something real quick. Did this change anything? I shouldn't think so, but that's the only variable I can think of. Is it better, worse, or just different? Or it might just have something to do with, I'm a little bit worn out compared to when I usually start the stream. So we've got the usual list of things that we want the crafting system to make. There's nothing wrong, mate. You just sound a bit more pumped up than usual. Yeah, it's probably because I just got some exercise. I haven't really, I'm tired, but I'm a little bit more, like, wired or something. I'm also sort of... How can I put this? Sort of getting to the point where things have settled down and I'm not, like, worn out, since a bunch of stuff happened. So hopefully I should be able to really go all in on a completely reliable schedule in the next while. No promises. I don't want to make promises and not keep them, but I will try. So, we have... You can only see one thing that we're trying to make here at the moment. The positive signal is the only one that counts, the 5 stack inserters, and that's about to stop as soon as this thing ticks over. I've set it up so that the list of things that we're trying to craft only gets updated once per minute. Or is it 30 seconds? 30 seconds. You could change that to whatever you like. So that just changed now. That has 2 positive effects for this system, which is, for one thing, you don't get recipes flickering on and off all the time and changing order and the stuff that needs to be put into a specific space manufactory keeps getting shuffled around. So that eliminates that cost, that time cost of shifting gears. Well, not eliminates it, it greatly reduces it. The other thing that that accomplishes is we also get some sort of latch behavior, whereby if we're asking for example, 500 stack inserters, if we drop down to 499 stack inserters, it's going to... Well, let's demonstrate it, actually. We've got 544. Let's say we want 545. So once this ticks over, in about 20 seconds, a Veldak, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Once this ticks over and updates the list of stuff that we want the Omnicrafter to make, this is going to be making stack inserters for 30 seconds, and we're going to go well over the target of 545. Which helps get rid of the behavior whereby, especially when you are crafting prerequisites for certain other things, you have the recipes flickering back and forth all the time. I'll get into detail on how this works a little bit later. Every time you see these three combinators, it's just... the function here is to take one more signal from a list of signals. So we can, oops. Arithmetic combin... Oh, I see. So we can take some arbitrary signal out of the list and then pass the rest of it on. Combinator goes here. And let's say iron, copper, steel, steel, plastic. You can see here, this one's got all four of them. It outputs iron. This one has the iron removed, it outputs copper. This one has the iron and copper removed, it outputs steel, and so on. To do that, we just say anything greater than 0 output anything input count is what will arbitrarily pick just one signal. We also put all of these inputs down here, multiply by 1, so that's... I forget entirely why that was necessary, because I designed this a while ago, but I would suspect there's two functions that this could be necessary for. One is so that this is a one-way wire, and two is because we need this to arrive over here one tick later, although I don't think that is necessarily what the problem is. I think if we remove these and, whoops, connect this like so, and like so, and so on, I think I remember it just flickering like crazy when I was designing this. So we pass everything through to here as well, but we also subtract whatever we got out of this signal, which is the iron plate, multiply that by -1. Whenever you have multiple wires coming to a input, it implicitly does addition and subtraction. So it's going to be iron, copper, steel, plastic, plus -1 iron. So it's just got those three inputs. Morning, Butchaza. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So that is how... and the wiring here is a bit of a rat's nest, kind of, but I just wanted to make it really clear that, like, this is connecting to both of these, and this is connecting to both of these. Another way we can do it is like this. One might argue that looks a little bit cleaner, but it's very hard to see what it's actually doing. So for educational purposes, I decided to have the wiring this way. And then apparently I forgot to keep that theme up right about here. Whoops. Hey, Hughes Mike. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So that's the circuitry for how we pass one signal out of the list to each of these space manufactories. After that, it's fairly simple, actually. We just have the signal that we pick from that goes to the crafting combinator, which points at the space manufactory, which sets the recipe. We also have it going into a recipe combinator, which is going to output the ingredients. I still haven't gotten around to setting it up so that if we multiply results by input count, sometimes we request way more than is able to fit in a chest. But I would like it to request significantly more than the default for just one recipe. What I could do, although I don't like how many combinators it would take, is to take that and say each greater than 0 output each 1, and then multiply that by 100 or something. And then that goes to this red wire. That would be 2 more combinators for each of these. I might end up doing that. We've definitely got the space for it. As for what's on this red wire, requester chest has the set requests radio button setting. The filter inserter here pointing at the active provider chest sets filters blacklist. So up to 5 types of item. Whatever is supposed to go in this chest, this thing is not going to pick up. I also ended up adding another active provider chest over here. Stack inserter only has room for 1 filter, so I decided to just set this one to everything equals 0. So you can see that green light is on right now. If we're not trying to craft anything at this particular space manufactory, it's going to empty everything from the requester chest into the active provider chest. And it's also just handy having 2 stack inserters to output from the machine to active provider chests, because with some recipes, it crafts them very, very, very quickly. And thank you very much for that perfect timing. Yeah, look at that go. How fast are we making? Looks like 880 per minute over the last 1 minute. We just dropped back down to zip. Did that just get us to 1,000? No, it was the inputs. Okay. So all of that works pretty well. There is just one thing left that I still am not totally satisfied with. Oh, we could also maybe space this out a bit differently so that we have multiple fluid inputs to the space manufactories, but so far, for all of the things I want to autocraft, I've only run into space manufactories themselves that want a fluid input. So for anything else, I might just craft it somewhere else. My first idea for dealing with prerequisite rules, like we can't make mechanical facilities unless we have gun turrets, is here we multiply these outputs by -1,000,000 and pump it into this green wire, anything negative that comes through here is not going to get crafted. And we just say, read from the logistic network. If there are less than 50 gun turrets, do not craft mechanical facilities. Obviously, once you start adding more and more things to this library, it's going to turn out to be a lot of combinators. You can be quite precise with what all of the requirements are, but I don't like how many combinators it's going to take to do things this way. Another solution I came up with, which I think is what we'll go with, is we read the logistic network contents. Once again, we start with each greater than 0 to get rid of those negatives. Although I don't know how much the negatives would necessarily matter, considering the way we are latching these things. No, I think we should keep it that way. Okay, anyway, we read what's in the logistic network. If everything is greater than 0, we output P for prerequisite. And we have some negatives, or say we want 50 gun turrets and 50 space assembly machines before we try to make, for example, mechanical facility. There was something that required, let's say, space manufactories. Space manufactories. Space manufactories require space assembly machines to make. So here we say, if we don't have 50 gun turrets, or if we don't have 50 space assembly machines, everything on this input right here, or these two inputs put together, has to be greater than 0. Once that prerequisite is met, we output P, and then we do a similar thing here. We have positive numbers for the things that we want to craft, and we just say if P for prerequisite is greater than 0, output everything. This constant combinator right here, -1,000,000 of T and P is just to effectively remove it from all of these signals. Because if you pass, weirdly enough, if you pass T into a crafting combinator, it will actually, like, well, it'll do nothing. I guess that's not weird at all. The circuit that we've got set up is going to isolate T because it just arbitrarily comes before all of these other signals, and then crafting combinator's not going to know what to do with T. Hey, Whiskers. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So T is for timer, P is for prerequisite. We're just removing unwanted signals here, effectively. And the last thing that I haven't explained is, like I said before, first thing we do after we read from the logistic network is make sure we're not getting any negatives. Each greater than 0 output each input count, and then we multiply that by -1. That has the exact same destination as all of these positives for the stuff that we are trying to craft. So if we have more than 545 stack inserters in the logistic network, which we do, it's going to output the total on this green wire for stack inserters is going to be negative. So we pass that through here. What these two right here do is just pass everything that's on this green wire through to a memory cell once per cycle of this timer. So the timer, very straightforward. If you connect a constant combinator with a value of, let's say, 1 to... It could be a decider or an arithmetic combinator. I like to use a decider for this because it just allows you to have a condition if you want it, whereas an arithmetic combinator, you could just say each times 1, output each. Connect it to its own input, and it'll hold on to a signal. Each tick, it takes 1 tick to go from the input to the output of the combinator, and transmission across the wire is instantaneous. So it's going around in circles. Each tick, it is sending itself the same signal for next tick. So we've got a timer here, which resets itself after 30 seconds. That is 1800 ticks. And here we just say, if we're on tick 1, pass through R for reset to reset this memory cell. And if we're on tick 2, pass through everything from this green wire. And once again, this has its input linked to its output, pass through everything most of the time. And that's basically it. So we're going to take this to our mole in Nauvis orbit. And I think we'll find that the autocrafter there is going to get stuck quite a bit less often. It might be a bit of a task to tear up the one that we've got and shift things around a little bit, but shouldn't be too hard. I might have to move the rail gantry. Hey, Cat. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How's your stream been going? Alright, so how big is this? That's actually not as big as I thought. It's not going to be as much of a problem to move around as I thought it would be. But I think we will have to move the cargo landing pad. We're definitely not going to need these dedicated crafters for making modules. Didn't stream tonight, but it's going well. How goes the build? Yeah, not bad. I'm actually really happy with a couple of little builds I'd been procrastinating, but once I sat down to do them, they worked out quite well. I don't think I want to get rid of this just yet. Let's put it up here. And these two we can probably just include in the Omni. Alright, let's remove the fluid pipes. And meanwhile on Nauvis, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but just in case, we'll turn off the auto launch for this thing. And then get rid of the mall. I might want to keep some of our combinator settings here. So this is the blacklist for things that we don't put in the dynamic request chests. And this includes all of our whitelist. Or rather, things that we're trying to craft. This can probably go. just called Navis Orbit Mall. Actually, I'll just Piccadolly's this out of the way so I don't have to set this up again or remember anything. Why can't I stretch this? That's weird. I'm trying to move it up. The wires cannot be stretched longer. That was strange. Okay. Move aside. What did I just mark for deconstruction? Bug report? I guess. I mean, it's not a harmful bug or anything. I wonder why it did that, though. I bet it's probably a quirk of the signal transmitter itself, as opposed to Piccadolly's. I just don't want to waste a drop of this fluid. Bit of a miser. Alright, let's move all of this stuff aside. I think someone mentioned the, if the bots run out of energy, they automatically crash with the, I wonder if there's a mod setting that would show that. What's the mod called again? Bot attrition. Bot attrition. Here we go. Bot attrition factor. Chance to crash. Doesn't really say so here. But yeah, I think I saw someone mention in another stream that if bots run out of energy, they will actually just guaranteed crash. There you go, bang. Indeed. They're getting dangerously low. Oh dear. More roboports. I should have used the construction spiders to deconstruct this. Or we could Piccadolly's the storage chests up here. Where are our construction spiders? Oh, that's right. I made a block for pressure containment data, which is mostly just a copy and paste edit of our impact shielding data. Because both of them output so much scrap that we're direct inserting it. It does take considerably more to build storage tanks fast enough. I mean, this, what is it called? Pressure containment data is, the speed at which it gets made is way faster than the other sciences, so we don't necessarily need to keep up with that. But yeah, I did this build in my own time, but it's really just what is going on here. I made the same mistake again. I forgot to connect this wire, so LTN tried to overfill it. Same thing here. I am very pleasantly surprised to see that we've got too many blank data cards, though. That's nice. The logistic robots have this ability. Construction robots don't go bang. Yeah, that's correct. Wait, was it construction bots? It would have been the construction bots taking all of this, wouldn't it? So does that mean we don't even have to worry about the construction bots, even if they run out of energy? Well, I was going to send the spiders up here to help. But I guess we don't need to worry about it. Nothing in Factorio mod site specifically says running out of power causes a crash. Okay. Also, Dogaro, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Forget Builder Bros. Yes. So with that, we actually have... or we will have... oh, here it is. We've already got 1,000 pressure containment data. That's not that much. We did actually have so much scrap that we haven't been able to deal with it. Although the reason so far that we haven't been able to deal with it, I haven't checked yet, but it may not be that we can't keep up. 187 per second, I think it is actually that we can't keep up. This block alone can do 364 scrap per second. The train one, the train smashing one can do 672. I think we need to redesign this block with beacons. Although, the actual... What just happened with our UPS? The actual speed of these is quite fast already. But yeah, the reason scrap production stopped was actually... had something to do with Nauvis. I think when I looked here earlier, I found... What was it? There was a train trying to pick up iron and it was stuck. I think it was unable to leave because why? I don't remember. There was some small problem with this station, but we've obviously sorted it out now. Definitely need to upscale something. Always. And our UPS just went back to 40. I bet it was something to do with the spiders. Okay, so... let's remove the extra roboports here. And grab our blueprint. Beautiful. Yeah, it's actually not... Oh, I wonder if I could get the... I definitely can. Let's put our pylon substation in place. And I'll fit the build around it, because we've actually squeezed a pylon substation in the middle already. Although, if I do add those extra combinators I was talking about earlier, we might have to move something. But that's pretty good. And then we need to connect our fluids. That's slightly too much. That's unfortunate. What if we do a 7 here? This would be a 3. And then we've got 10... Don't know how many tiles... Oh, perfect. Cool. And then I want to copy... I think we've got that particular one in there already somewhere. Tell you what, why don't I take this over here? We'll blank all of that. Copy our... whitelist down to here, for starters. And as for our blacklist, I've already got one in here. I forgot to mention that earlier. It's rather difficult to see now, but all it's doing is... we've got the red wire connected to the requester chest here, to this inserter, to that inserter, and it comes from the recipe combinator, which spits out the ingredients for whatever we're trying to make. All we're going to do as well is connect a green wire to every single one of these requester chests. And we're going to give it a big negative signal for everything that we don't want to be put into these requester chests specifically. And that's just going to be everything that we put in these other chests. The bots are going bang. Yeah, let's do something about that real quick. I'm actually hearing bangs very often. Maybe we could remove some of these requester chests until the bots catch up. But then they've already done so much of it. I think we'll probably... They're going bang so often though. Okay, I don't want to undo what they've already done. Now let it run? Yeah. Okay, combinators... I think we've got enough of a basis here. I mean, this is what we had before. And it is already working as well. Although we have some requests in here that are a bit higher than they used to be, I think. Actually, no, that's not right. Take a coffee and come back. Just casually sip coffee while the workers die. That's a bit too real. Okay, oh, I almost forgot to add our cargo landing pad back. We should probably put it closer to where we've got all of this storage already. How about here? I think we're going to need to move this robot pod as well. And purple chests. Maybe it's overkill to have more than like 9 of them, actually. Okay, Nauvis Orbit Mall. And back on Nauvis. Target is Nauvis Orbit Mall. Launch on cargo full. Fantastic. Seems like a perfect coffee. Oh no. Let them drink coffee. Let's get our military... Oh, they're already on an excursion. Looks like there's a couple of little tiny expansions out here that we found while we went for a walk. I'm also a little bit concerned as to why this one hasn't been repaired yet. Surely they haven't run out of bots or repair packs already. Why? Okay, this one has bots and repair packs, but why does it have cargo rocket sections packed and space capsules? There's absolutely nothing in the trunk for the leader. That's normal, actually. Okay, so it's only the medics that somehow picked up other things. What I might do is just copy the deconstruction spider settings for a start, And we'll go from there. Why your planet is round and mine just keeps expanding? Yeah, it's space exploration, probably. Oh, you're running the same mod. Your planet is probably just really big. I mean, Nauvis is quite big. It looked like it was gonna go on forever for a while. This Nauvis is 5692 tiles of radius. I understand it does vary. You should probably be able to see that stat if you're already able to do the scanning. Okay, let's copy... Where even are our deconstruction spiders? Oh, I think I saw them. Here they are. So I'll copy that. And... I just shift right clicked, didn't I? Try again. Copy that. Shift. I can't do it with... Okay, let's try that again. Right click. Shift. Left click. Fantastic. Let's memorize the colors for this one. Oh, it's just 100 red. Okay. And... Crash slots are already full. What are we requesting here? Rockets, repair packs, and construction bots, and that's it. Should probably get them to request more construction bots. I don't want them running out. With only one Roboport, they can only use 25 at a time anyway. That's actually kind of a lot. But still. So let's go for... I've already requested 100 construction bots. That's fine, I suppose. Repair packs should be down here. Oh, we're already requesting rockets. That's good. How about 1,000 repair packs? And... no, let's be generous. 2,000 repair packs, 200 robots. Should be quite a long time before they run out of either of those. And I think... not scaffolding, landfill. We need to change. Landfill? Where is landfill? This was supposed to make it easy to find. If I see concrete... oh, there it goes. Okay, 0 landfill. And just double check that's the last thing we need to change. Cliff explosives. I don't particularly think the medics need to be carrying cliff explosives. Although I don't see the harm in it. But no, let's remove the cliff explosives. And copy to that one. That's like the same color as my red spider. Yeah, I think we'll go with the 100. Okay. Now, let's get them back for resupply. If we can find them again. They've also got the bots slowly catching up to them. That is... what happened here? That is definitely something I did not expect to happen with our medic spiders, of all things. They must have just been in the wrong time and place when I deconstructed something. Must have taken ages to set up that logistics. Yeah. A little bit. But once you've got one of these set up, you can copy paste it. Although, I keep saying this, but I should definitely have tried that mod that makes it easier to arrange these things by now. Okay. So everything is right and good with the mall. Let's go here. Today, if I can, I'd really like to power through some more science. We'll start with material science, or rather finish off material science. We still haven't gotten any impact shielding data to make broad material catalog. By any, I mean we've only got 7.2 thousand, which is not enough to trigger a delivery just yet. Wow. 900 scrap just waiting to be processed. I think we might actually make a couple of scrap processing facilities first. We'll put them here and here, right next to the biggest sources of scrap. And see how this looks with wide area beacons. We'll start by copy-pasting this one. The stations are definitely going to be the same, or maybe just some of the outputs are going to be upgraded in terms of input. Thank you very much for this Prime sub, Aureus. Much appreciated. 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Hacks. Hello to you as well. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Oh, military... Wait. I got confused for a second there. Military spiders are definitely not back just yet. Whoops. Which... Hold on. Which spider are these guys following? It's one of the blue ones, I think. No? Usually when you mouse over the right one, it sort of shows it. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Maybe if we move them, we'll be able to see it a bit better. But they're hovering over a spot. I think that means, there isn't enough room in the inventory for one of the spiders. I'll just double check that these are following the right ones. That looks good. Okay. I guess we need to send them back to base, and then these bots are slowly going to hover back to where the spiders are. I'll bring them over here, and hopefully that'll be sufficient. We should have rockets, bots, and repair packs being delivered to this robo network, so that should be sufficient. Okay, rockets, you say? Oh, those are trains. And why is there 197 here? Oh, I think I see what happened. I Don't know why that happened, but I think I have a solution. I guess this doesn't have to be each divided by 4. It's just the stack size one that needs to be each divided by 4. Yeah, as long as this is a positive signal. Oh. What? I think the reason this happened was... I could be wrong about this, so let's change it back. I think the reason this what happened was there was too much bot activity while the train was trying to pick that up. The fact that we're only trying to craft one thing here at the moment bodes well for the fact that we've caught up with everything we're trying to make. We do need some blue circuits. Oh. We've got quite a few blue circuits. They've just been moved to chests that don't point at this space manufactory. I started SE2, but struggling in the early game. Yeah, default settings for space exploration I would not necessarily recommend. It's a bit slow. You could maybe bump up the resources and reduce the biters a bit or something. Okay, so we're definitely gonna, definitely gonna remove this. And we need some wide area beacons. I almost want to copy... Yeah, I think I do actually. I just want to copy the location of the wide area beacons here. Remove everything else. Just about everything else. Okay. Let's see if we can fit, it is recycling facilities, right? Yes. Let's see if we can fit the recycling facilities around these. I don't think it's going to work out that easily this time, perhaps. Maybe. Alright, so scrap, recycling. We can't productivity these in space, I'm pretty sure. I definitely would have done it if we could. In fact, I'm pretty sure the module inserter is going to tell us. Recycling facility. I thought it would have, like, recycling facility space, because it's got that for fuel refineries. Cannot use productivity in space. Well, we can try. Productivity module 3 cannot be used in recycling facility. Even simpler. Okay. Recycle. Speed module. I struggle all the time. As we do. And we'll do the fuel outputs up the top here. One, two, three. Do you use core miners? And if so, would you mind showing your setup? Absolutely. So we went a little bit ham with core mining on Nauvis, so this is 64 core mining drills. Although for a while we definitely didn't have the electricity to back that up. You actually want to make sure you don't put more core mining drills than you can support, because a core mining drill just sitting here not doing anything will actually slow down the rest of them with the diminishing returns. So we've got core mining drills here. There's a couple of ways you can power manage them. You can use a power switch, which is what we were doing earlier. But when it comes to miners, the minimum consumption is actually 0. So what you can do instead is, it's a little bit hard to see, but we've basically got a little bit of belt in front of the core miners that is active or inactive based on how much electricity we have, how much charge in the accumulators. And we've got a typical latch setup for that, so that instead of... Where does this even go? Oh, that's the old... Yeah, that bit of circuitry is a bit old, actually. Anyway, we've got a typical latch setup for the accumulator, so that we're not just flickering this on and off when... It's weird, why is it stopping and starting? Is the output belt just full? It's a little hard to see. I think it might be. Okay. If you just connect directly to an accumulator and say accumulator charge has to be greater than 70% or something, you will get cases where it flickers on and off like crazy, which might be a bit bad for your UPS at some point. What you can do instead is we've got 2 decider combinators here connected to the accumulator. If accumulator charge is greater than 99%, output green signal. If it drops below 95%, output red signal. And then we've got a combinator that will hold onto the green signal until it receives a red signal. To do that, we connect its input to its output, makes it a memory cell, and we just say green signal greater than red signal. If that condition is met, output 1 green signal. So if you give it a green signal and then stop sending it, 1 green signal is going to be output, and next tick it's going to receive it as its input, and so on. So once we reach 100%, it receives a green signal. When we drop to like 97%, this thing is no longer outputting green signal, but this one has 1 green signal going round and round in circles. And once it drops to 95%, we output red signal. Both green signal and red signal will be equal to 1, so this condition will not be met. And we'll stop sending ourselves green signal, and then this thing is going to switch off. I went to space, and now the game seems confusing. Yeah, there's a lot to figure out in space. As for our core fragment processing, basically here we have... you can accomplish the same thing by just having multiple train stations for the output if you have room for it. But we have a very high priority pickup here because we want to make sure we don't run out of space. And we also have a setup which, if it comes to that, if there's no more room for, say, copper or coal or iron or stone, it's actually going to come here to be destroyed. There's actually a train on its way with coal right now. We do have some... what are they called? Encoded network ID with LTN Basically, you can set it up so that certain stations will not interact with certain other stations. So we never take, for example, coal straight from a coal mine to this drop-off to be destroyed. It'll only come from core fragment processing, and only if there's nowhere else for it to go, because we've got the drop-off here set as a super low priority. That is because core fragment processing outputs a set ratio of all of these resources, regardless of the rate at which you're consuming them. So eventually you get to the point where, for example, you need to get rid of coal if you're going to keep getting iron and copper. Okay, thanks. No worries. You're welcome. Something else I've been procrastinating in terms of stuff we need to redesign is I want to set this up to get rid of excess cryonite, holmanite, uranium feels weird to say. Although technically, maybe, but I think I'd just skip it for uranium, because uranium overall is kind of slow, even though we have gotten it to the point where we're actually saturated with uranium here, which is great. Vulcanite, same deal. I mean, we'd be setting it up so we're only getting rid of it if our storage is completely full. But even so. The reason that I'm thinking about doing this is all of these other core fragments also give us regular core fragments. So by not getting rid of excess vitamelange, I'm not sure why that inventory slot there is empty. Everything less than or equal to 0. Oh, it shouldn't be reading hand contents. Hold on. Enable, disable, everything less than or equal to 0. Do not read hand contents. And in this case, we can be a little bit imprecise just to go faster. So they're allowed to be like 1 stack size ahead of the average and still pick up. It will result in more and more imbalanced chests sometimes, but we've already got a balancer here so that each cargo wagon is going to be the same. And with the high input, it's not going to be a problem. But yeah, vitamelange, for example, since we're completely backed up on that, all of the vitamelange we are getting from here comes from core fragments, which are infinite. We are getting a bunch of regular core fragments output from here, which will add up so that we would have a higher throughput of infinite iron, copper, stone, and coal. Not to mention a tiny bit of uranium and vulcanite. But by not deleting this vitamelange, it's either delete it or keep making more storage space for it indefinitely, which I don't think is the best. The most... I do prefer the automated solution in the game about automation. So yeah, I'm thinking we should redesign this block so that it can also delete those other resources. It probably isn't going to be that big of a deal to do it, to be honest. Probably don't even need to change much here. But I think I would like to design this block again from scratch. There's definitely a couple of improvements that I think could probably be made. But yeah. Something to do in the near future. But for now, let's concentrate on expanding science, which for now means expanding scrap recycling. How do you delete it? We put it in a delivery cannon. We also put it in a bunch of requester chests. And we aim the delivery cannons at the requester chests. And some of it in the delivery cannon doesn't get destroyed, but you can just get the construction bots to pick that up afterwards. Automated? Yes? Yeah, so what we've got here is... I used crafting combinators after a while, so that we're filling the delivery cannon capsules with whatever we've got the most of in this robo network. Out of iron, copper, stone, and coal. Oh, it's not the most of what's in the robo network, it's the most of whatever's in these chests, actually. Which is fine. So, this whole thing right here is gets the maximum of whatever signals are placed into it. And then we say times 100 for some reason. I'm not sure. We multiply that by 100 and set the requests over here. And on the red wire here, we say, if iron ore greater than 0, output recipe delivery cannon capsule iron ore, and so on for copper, stone, and coal. So whatever we've got the most of, we set the recipe to fill it up with that resource. And then we aim it at these chests. And we don't fire the cannons until the bots have stopped moving. The way we accomplish that is we read all of the default robot statistics from this RoboPort. X and Y are available versus total logistic bots, Z and T. Construction bots and total construction bots available and total. X minus Y gives us logistic bot, so available minus total. And this is available minus total construction bots. Once that equals 0, once all of that equals 0, we know that the bots aren't moving. We output delivery cannon capsule. This is a timer that'll last 10 seconds. And then we say, in the last 5 ticks of that timer, because it takes 5 ticks for this to work for some reason, if you just flicker it really quickly, the inserter won't do its job. So we output delivery cannon capsule at the end of that minute. This constant combinator here does literally nothing. Fantastic. That's not confusing at all. And then we say set filters on these filter inserters. I'm pretty sure the reason we're setting the filters there is we used to pass stone down as well on this belt. So effectively it's just saying enable, disable, delivery cannon capsule is greater than 0. And that's how we do it. Now, what I don't understand... Oh, yes I do. I stopped the scan when my PC started lagging. Ouch. Alright, back to... Novice... on 2 times. I'm thinking if we do this... Where even is the pylon here? Okay. Let's bump that down to the middle. Looks about right. And this would go not necessarily here. I think we can fit a few more of these. Well, no, I don't actually. If this one's here, it'll be being touched by 2 beacons. Now, I'm half expecting if we put any decent number of speed modules in these things, it's going to be too fast. Let's see, what do we usually do? Let's go with our hot and cold. That's 4 speed modules and the rest is efficiency. For a start. Whoops. So, max consumption 30 kilowatts minus 70%. That's almost the minimum energy consumption. And the rest is speed. Now, if we do this, it's actually only 27 scrap per second. That's actually way less than I was expecting. How much is this one doing? Like 23.4 scrap per second for that entire column. Okay then. In that case, maybe we'll go for some more speed. I think I would like to go for a full belt of scrap input for each of these. Which we can definitely manage with the train station. And there's definitely plenty of room for inserters to input that scrap. So let's see. We need to almost double the speed of this. Current crafting speed is 3.4, which is plus 240%. Let's go with like half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, does it have an odd number? Yeah, it's 15. 15 modules maximum. Okay. Let's try something like this. Too fast for the belts or inserters to keep up? Yes, that's what I was thinking. It is very easy to do with some builds, but this is not one of them, as it turns out. That's only 33 scrap per second. Okay, let's go maximum speed and see what happens. And we'll roll it back from there if it's more than 45 per second per column. Wow. That is actually perfect. It's barely less than a full belt. 43.2. Okay then. So I guess we're going to double that. Although we're going to need more of these blocks than I thought we would. If we're to keep up with some of these. Although realistically, I don't think we need to keep the pressure containment data and impact shielding data going at the full speed that it's capable of. It is going to be significantly ahead of the other sciences, or the other data cards, but it does have some catching up to do for now. Okay, so the total rate for this entire block, actually, we can definitely fit one more down the bottom here. It's going to make it a bit awkward doing the belts down the bottom, though. I think we'll just leave it like this. I like the symmetry of it anyway. 346 scrap per second, which is actually... Wow, that's actually like almost exactly what that block can do. We'd be net positive 0.2667 scrap per second. As for the train collision stuff, 672. Wow. Okay. So I think that's basically it. $346.4 per second. Or rather, 176. Yeah, it's 4 belts. We don't necessarily need to balanced unload it. Although, I think we have room to do that, so it might be a good idea. Going all in on those sciences. Yeah, I like to build, like, the rate faster than we're gonna need it. If that makes sense. And you can always, like, deliberately bottleneck it later. If it's consuming too fast. I'm just thinking about belt balances. Don't think I even have a... I said this before, but I don't have a space version of this. I'm pretty sure it goes... 1, 2, 3. Skip 3 tiles. Put this in the middle. Put these 2 here. And that should be our 4-to-4 balancer. Without lane balancing. Thank you. And you could probably put the middle one down here instead if you want to. In fact, you could definitely do that. Let me just make that now so we don't have to do this again next time. I'll make a copy of this. And... space. Space belt. And select new contents. There we go. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to make this wide instead of long. We could always have everything go to the side and then come back, but we're lacking a little bit of space for that. The outputs, on the other hand, are not going to need nearly as much space. It's actually less than a single belt of output for any given resource, so I think we should move all of these down a bit. Let's design the outputs first, and then by design I mean let's steal this one. It'll be a little bit different, but easy enough to adapt. Let me just put this here for now. Get rid of these. This is gonna go here somewhere. This is going to go... Okay, I'm slightly confused. Our output belt is just in the middle. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Oh, I forgot. I actually did leave room for wide area beacons here, but they might not line up the way that we want them to. If that one goes there, this is too close. That one goes there, and then the last column is the odd one out. Doesn't work out so well. Yeah, I think we'll just make a new build, since we're almost done with that anyway. It's quite nice to have. Just remember that once you release the mouse button on the pick new content, the blueprint is saved, regardless that it lets you modify and save again. Indeed. Did I save it properly? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So something I've been doing is like this one would go here, this one would go here, this one would go here, and this one would go here. And we have some kind of balanced output thing. But I want this to go full speed with the outputs. We're either going to have to use... Well, the total speed we need is like 176, right? It's basically full speed. If we want the balanced unloader to go super fast, we're either going to need this thing, or we're going to have to just let the inserters go full speed and use a balancer, which is sort of what I want to do this time, if only for something different. Okay, so why does this... That goes right, that goes left, I see. Oh, so these do line up like so. Okay. And then... this one will go here. Doesn't look right. Oh wow, that's a perfect fit. I'll definitely do this for the aesthetic of it. And then... this probably goes... not here, actually. But these two line up just right. Okay. Let's just set these up so they're as central as possible. There's no actual middle tile here. So no fiber in the middle. That's pretty good. And then I think we can move all of this down one tile. So stone goes this way, everything else goes this way, and then iron goes here and copper goes here. And just to double check again, we're going to get less than one belt of output for everything. Or less than one belt per resource. This might actually not be enough because... why does this one have a stone? Oh, because we were doing the outputs on the outside of these columns instead of in the middle. Okay. Let's So this one is nonsense. That goes there. Just put that there for now. Just to remind me where the outputs are. So this part... Actually, all of them are gonna bottleneck into this one spot, and it's gonna be like 70 per second for the 2 resources, so I don't think this is gonna cut it. So let's move all of this up 1 tile, and get rid of all this for now, since it's probably just going to confuse us. And we're going to need to use 2 belts for the iron and copper. That actually means having splitters like this for the merge part. So let's see if that goes there. Need 2 sets, yeah. Connect that up like so. Since it's going to look nice and consistent. Yeah, I think that's basically it. How much of this is going to just overlap? Oh, this one's slightly different with the undergrounds. Alright. Let's put this here. This goes here. And that goes there. Almost forgot that part. That's actually really neat. I like it. The last one of these is going to look a little bit different. Since we definitely don't need splitters. And we don't need this belt. I think this half is going to add up to still less than 1 belt. So that should be fine, actually. And 1 more of these will definitely add up to more than 1 belt. 26 times 3, that's easily. 26 times 2, rather, is a bit more than 1 belt. So I think that is our... Hold on. All of this adds up to 30-something, 34, which means this part is not yet necessary. But we do need that to merge, like so. Okay, the only thing I don't like about that is all 3 of these look slightly different. Well, all 4 of those look different. I guess it's fine. Okay, so stone goes here. Iron here, copper here. And heavy oil goes here. And now we can quite clearly see exactly how many tiles down we can move this whole thing. Which is probably enough to make it nice and easy to merge and split the inputs. Oh, actually, I kind of want to do, is this the same height? No, it's not. Wait, how did that happen? Okay, let's fix that, I suppose. Wait, don't deconstruct. Cut. And paste. Are we gonna have any trouble with the underground pipes here? Nope, that's perfect. Beautiful. Don't think this is gonna reach, though. And then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We could do 7s here, or we could do... I don't know which looks most organized. I kind of want the fluid... Oh, wait, we need, we do need these pipes. Oh, that's perfect as well. Connected like so. And on this side also. Is that centered? There we go. Right, so that's our fluid outputs. That actually only leaves us room for one stack inserter for each of these, which might not be enough. It says we only need 0.43. One stack inserter per machine. 5.6 per second. I'm pretty sure it'll be enough. But maybe I should have done the fluid on the output side. But then it'd be difficult to connect up here. Okay. Let's see how this fits together now. I guess we can live with that. A 7 would be better here. No, it wouldn't. We need stacks, and stacks, and stacks, and stacks. Goes there, goes there, goes there. And the output, I think fast inserters are more than enough. Okay. Don't forget to put our pylon back. Okay. How big is an 8 to 8 balancer? I don't necessarily care if it's throughput unlimited. Actually, maybe I do. But I think the Throughput Unlimited one is really, really big. That's definitely a problem. How much of a problem would it be if we do 8 to 8 without it being Throughput Unlimited? There definitely isn't room, at least not for this blueprint as it stands, but we could probably move it around a bit to make it make more sense. But to do that, I kind of need to turn it into Space Belt. I'll just make a Space Belt copy of this for starters. Actually, I hope it's going to be possible. It looks like we're not going to have to change anything, actually. Alright, so that's max distance. Perfect. It's very lucky, actually. This one is just a couple of tiles. This one goes here. This goes here. And I think that might be it, except for the belt. Wait, that's not right. Something is amiss. I think this goes here. And that goes straight through. This one goes down here. That goes there. That goes... Whoa, 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 no. Don't turn that around. I think that's it. Also, there are space undergrounds the same limit as red belt. If so, use red belt balances as space belt. Yeah, there's what do you call it? Space belt. Here we go. There is deep space transport belt, but we need tier 4 of every science and tier 2 deep space science to unlock them. Which I think is just cruel, frankly. But it actually reaches much further than a blue belt. You get a little bit of it, and I do mean a little bit of it, as a gift when you find the satellite in space. But it's nowhere near enough to do a build or anything. Okay. I wonder if I could squeeze in some lane balancing while we're here. Not without making it stick out more. What you want is for... Your basic lane balancer has one that goes straight through from a splitter, and one that allows the items on the belt to switch sides if it's backed up, and then you merge them again. It's not too complicated to look at something like your typical 4-to-4 belt balancer and realize where you need to add the these bits, so that half of the inputs can get swapped around and half of them will go straight through and not swap lanes. But to do it with an 8 to 8 is a little bit more complicated. A Sigma B. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Anyway, the thing that I want to do here is see if I can limit the amount of space that this takes. I don't know how well this is going to work symmetrically, but we could definitely do this. And we can move this down as much as 2 tiles. Which means we can move this down a couple of tiles. So far so good. We're very much on track for making this take up significantly less space, especially considering we want the inputs to come in from the sides. But I suspect we're going to run into some issues with the asymmetry of the whole thing. Where am I? So this one, we can obviously put that there. I don't think there's a way to move this down a tile at all. We could have this that needs to go up there and down here. And maybe we could change the shape of this part. This could also move aside a little bit. I don't like the asymmetry of this, obviously, but this is all a bit tentative. And then we need, where is this even going? This needs to go here, and this needs to go through here. We can move this down another tile, but I don't think it helps. If not for the tile that the underground belt takes up, that would work. Anyway, I start relying with the big chest called Warehouse as a balancer. Yeah, definitely. If you've got warehouses and especially loaders with warehouses, they make much better balancers and splitters. At a large scale, that is. This bit's not even needed as an underground. I feel like we're so close to what we want to do here, but not necessarily getting there. Although, move this up. How many tiles? We need the middle to go there, this to go here, and this to go here. That probably works, actually, except I might have to move this a little bit. We're so close. This is already moved down pretty much as far as it can go. We could move this down a tile and have that snake up a little bit, which means we could move the whole thing down one more tile if it comes to that. But I would really like to make something a bit more symmetrical with this build, if we can. If we can. Maybe if this splitter goes here, that goes there, and that doesn't help at all. Fantastic. I guess that could go there and it would look a bit neater. We could maybe use more space out to the left and right, if it makes any difference. I definitely don't mind doing that. But really... Wait, is this it? Did I finish it without even noticing? Oh, I also forgot to have this one point out to the side, which is what we want anyway. Imagine using warehouse instead of balancer. Yep, it would be very easy. The track snaking from left through middle to right could be redirected to go from the top and jump over the right tracks. Never mind, congrats. Is this actually it? My brain is not... Why do we have like a... Oh, that's actually the same. I'm gonna move this over here, just so it's a bit easier conceptually. My brain isn't optimized to, like, hold on to what's happening with several of these belts at once. So this is actually pretty difficult for me, but... assuming I didn't make any mistakes messing with this bit just now, that might actually be it. You got it? Fantastic. Okay, we're blueprinting that. 8 to 8 sides to middle sides balancer. And I presume this is not throughput unlimited, since the Rehnquist balancer we based it off doesn't say TU. So throughput unlimited means... let's see how well I can phrase this. Like, any 4 of these belts inputting could go to any 4 of these outputs at the same speed. I don't think we actually need that, though, for this build, do we? We just want all of the inputs to go to all of the outputs. Which, yeah, I think that'll be fine. Let's just mirror this so we can see exactly where this needs to go. Grab our blueprint. And delete that bit. I think that might be it. Your brain is fine. Thank you. Right, this goes there. This goes there. This goes there. But yeah, designing something like this from scratch, as good as I am at circuits, that's not something I've picked up yet. Not necessarily something I want to put the time and effort into either. Maybe someday. I think I would rather continue putting copious hours into, like, left spin aerials in Rocket League instead of that if I had to pick something, though. That might be a problem. We don't have an underground that can jump over this. We could always do the outputs on the other side if we have to. Maybe it's possible to move this down a tile as well? I think it might be. Is it possible to move this one down a tile? If it's not, then it's kind of a moot point, because we'll have to do it on this side as well. You don't need to. So how do I... Is this it? Is it that easy? I think it is. Okay. That was a close one, question mark? Is it going to be just as easy on this side? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're fine. Just barely. Although, as I said, we could move the entire thing down one tile if it's absolutely necessary. There, indeed. I might keep this... Wait, no, this balanced unloader is the one that doesn't quite necessarily go at full speed, I believe. Although it should, as long as the scrap is all consumed. Yeah, I titled this one 170 to 180 per second. Because if it all goes full throughput, then it's never gonna stop the belts. Once one of the belts does get stopped, it's gonna, like, mess things up a bit in terms of throughput. But then once everything is all consumed and then we drop off a train later on, it's all gonna flow. The ultimate version of the full-speed balanced unloader is basically treat each set of 6 chests as one. Use the belt here to switch on and off. And these combinators here effectively put some latch control onto each of these bits of belt. So basically, once we have to stop one of the belts because we've got too much, we, like, pretend that there's a bit more in these chests until we switch this back on again. So that way we're not getting the belt turning on and off all the time. But yeah, I think this is probably fine. I'll just do it like... Actually... Oh, we already did that. Let's copy it from up here again. Like so. I think we're gonna have to turn some of these bits of belt. It's this one. That goes there. Alright. And add some undergrounds. And this side. I output to splitters 2 output to 1 belt, 3 per carriage, and balance everything after that. 2 output to 1 belt, 3 per carriage. Oh, 3 inserters per carriage, or 3 splitters? in any case, this should do the job. I'm actually really happy with this. That's as close, that's like as close to symmetrical as you're gonna get with something like this. Okay, speaking of tidying up the look, that's actually really good. Kind of want these ones to line up. Fantastic. We'll do a blue for the standard drop-off, same color as the requester chests, so we know what that's about. And I don't think there's any reason not to switch this on now. We still need to connect all of the fluid, but that is relatively trivial. Wait, what? Something is wrong. Why does this... Oh, it's different, that's why. Hey, Ragamuffin. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Right, how do we do this on this side? I think we're just gonna have to spam regular pipe here. This bit would look like this. And this. Let's go for a 5er. That's a good fit. Okay, so are all of the oil outputs connected already? I think they might be. Yeah, that was easier than I thought it would be. Okay. Trains are coming. I'm shocked to realize that we had plenty of scrap available already for the trains to pick up. Somehow we had no trouble producing enough scrap to support this build. Look at that. It is normal that we're not seeing any scrap on this part of the belt. Fantastic. Is that 3 tiles? We can't quite put a solar panel in there. Sad. We can probably fit some in here though. That's actually a perfect fit. Couldn't have planned it better. That more than pays for the beacons. Nice. Alright, so... 300... We've only made 400 heavy oil so far. 430... 437... Yeah, it looks like all of the fluid is connected. Some of this seems to be stuck, probably because I forgot to do the output belts. That probably has something to do with it. Fantastic. How many of these do you need? Theoretically 2 or 3 so far. Crazy theory, indeed. Silent Storm, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I think I saw your name earlier, but I was a little distracted, maybe. Also, Noxyway Gaming, good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well also. Okay. Yeah, if we were to go full speed with material science, which is where most of the scrap is going to come from, I believe. Which, realistically we won't overall, but theoretically 1.16 thousand scrap per second. Wow. Okay, and this thing consumes 352 per second. So 4, yes. Let's copy that over here, right next to the other massive scrap producing device. And I kind of want to update this one as well. What I might do is turn off the requests on this one, and we'll pump all of the heavy oil into here, and once this is completely drained, we'll update this with the same design. Okay. Should we maybe put a couple more of these, like, down here? I think we probably should. Scrap. It certainly doesn't hurt to have more capacity to deal with scrap ahead of time. Especially now that all we have to do is copy-paste. That's the beauty of rail blocks. Let's get them to drop this off. You do have to put a little bit of thought, or you should put a little bit of thought into the placement of things, but... Oh. I think I see the problem here. Oh, it's also run out of cold thermo fluid, which means I can't just leave the train here either. This one has the same problem, actually. I wonder when... Oh, I think it's because I removed the substations and I was using the substations for the wire connections. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to... How much 275 degree do we have over here? Practically none. And literally none. I think what we'll do is get you to empty your 275 degree thermo fluid right here. And all we have to do to make that happen... Wait, what? Oh, the pumps are full, but the storage tanks are not. All we have to do is turn the pumps around. And then you go back to the depot. Turn these around again because this is a pickup station. I'm actually a little bit alarmed that we ran out of coolant here. Might have to make yet another block for that. What's going on here? Similar problem. Okay. Connect that like so. And over here, probably the same issue. We actually connected that already. So which temperature is this? Negative 100. This is negative 100. It's like half full. This one's mostly full as well. How much does this train have? Only 34,000. Alright, cool. Let's send you over here. Empty your cargo inventory. And turn these pumps around. Fantastic. It's actually not as hard as I thought it would be to resolve this without a fully automated system. This might be more of a problem though, because I think the output is always going to be full. So what? We could make some more storage tanks for it. Let's grab our spiders. Send them down here. You. Indeed. Yeah, similar problem here, although we haven't run out of cold thermofluid, which gives me a slither of hope that if I just leave this train here, it'll sort itself out. Although I think I may have already spotted this one before and made the same assessment, but there was significantly more cold thermofluid at the time. Train storage block? Yeah, we did that on Nauvis. It just takes a lot to have fluid depots which take the fluids away from the trains and put them into the proper storages. It takes a great deal of space, and also I don't know if we would have been able to do 12 different fluid outputs. It was difficult enough to do 8. So how this works is we read the logistic... Oh, sorry, not the logistic. We read the train contents. So you could do this in vanilla. Not that the use case would probably arise in vanilla, but on the pumps we just say whichever fluid has to be greater than 0 for it to pump into a specific pipe. But yeah, the main challenge in building this thing was the layout. It literally took me hours to come up to, like, finish this design. And I wanted to put this in a rail block, but it was more difficult than it maybe looks. But yeah, I was hoping to just avoid having to do that in the space rail block, because theoretically we should never get this kind of situation. It's only happened because I messed up, to be frank. Alright, so our spiders should be here. Fantastic. Why don't we send our wayward train back to here, change the condition to empty, and once the train gets here, we'll add a bunch of fluid storage. Turn the pumps around. I could make something, I could make a storage block for fluid, and make sure it's never completely full, have it as a low priority to drop fluid off there, or just never have the trains automatically go there, and have it high priority to pick up from that block. And we could probably fit I don't know how many different fluids we could fit, actually. But yeah, to actually fix the thing, it would require a little bit of manual intervention. It already does. Like, on Nauvis, I just delete the schedule, it goes back to the depot, and that'll sort itself out. But that is still some manual intervention. So, as long as I'm doing that, I might as well, you know, tell them to go to a specific station and empty cargo inventory. I suppose. This is taking longer than I thought it would. Although, I think... I mean, this is enough to fill a train, so it should get done. Impressive. Thank you. I think I'll just put that there temporarily. There goes our train. Turn these around again. And I believe we have one more wayward fluid train to fix. I think it's just this one. Something is wrong here as well. Oh, the classic mistake that I keep making. Yeah. This one, at least, we can send it back to the depot and it'll automatically get emptied. Factorio fluid behavior isn't optimal, sadly. Yeah, no, of course not. Alright, I guess we'll leave that there for now. I'll put this here so it gets emptied. That goes there. And I'll put this here so that gets emptied as well. Alright. So that's all of it. Wait, no it's not. We need ion stream to go up here. So once again, we'll add some temporary storage. Did I reconnect this? Nope. There we go. Disconnect from the producer, make a temporary storage big enough for a full train, and bring this up to here, I think. Empty cargo. That should do it. And then we just need to turn the pumps around. And watch it very slowly drain from the last couple of these. Piccadollies? Yes, that's the mod for moving the stuff around. Thanks for putting that out, Silent Storm. Cool band name. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You can just push buildings around. Most of them, yes. There's a couple that are immune to it, like cargo rocket silos. Although you can push the ghosts around easily enough, at least. Underground belts, sadly, cannot be pushed around like that. I think belts in general can't be Piccadolly. Yep. You can even move vanilla train stops with Piccadollies. Back and forth on the rail, that's all. Okay. Let's turn all of these pumps around. And we'll reconnect this. I'd expect... Oh, hello. I guess it makes sense that there was a station waiting for this stuff still. Wait a sec. Let's make sure... Yeah, there's definitely room for ion stream here. And the wires are all connected. Okay, good. Oh, that's the one that was blocked by proton stream, rather. Alright. So, our work here is done. Let's send our spiders back to the mall so we can finish making our scrap production. I just want to double check that I've got the stations that send iron, copper, and stone back to Nauvis are low priority. Stone, copper, and iron. Iron, yes. So this is our last resort. Well, I think it's only stone that we're using directly up here. But yeah, we're not just sending all of the stone back to Nauvis and then wondering why we don't have any for plasma stream, for example. You forgot to turn one pump around? Thank you. Ragamuffin, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good catch. Which is a thing you can do. The mod explicitly supports Piccadollies and moves all of the associated entities along with it. Interesting. I believe crafting combinators are supported. Do we have those in the Robo network? We should. Yeah, there they go. Yep, crafting combinators are supported. Alright, let's get our... Oh, they're already here. Let's get our spiders back to this build. And maybe someday we'll catch up with all of the scrap that we've made. Why is this one blocked? Are we missing... Oh, that's probably why. Definitely want to make sure we copy that to our new build. Sephonated, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good luck with the stream today. We'll be lurking in the back a bit, fair enough. Looks way more organized than my bowl of spaghetti. Indeed. I gotta start somewhere. Thanks for dropping by. Okay. How is your bowl of spaghetti going, by the way? Alright, if we're just about finished with this for now, judging by the fact that I'm not seeing... Okay, I stand corrected. I was about to say I'm not seeing both of these stations used. Oh, and I also need to remember... where's the leader? There we go. I need to remember to put these undergrounds here, otherwise 1/4 of this isn't working. Hey, the West dude. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Number 1 spaghetti, indeed. Morning, Mad Mike. Good to see you again also. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing very well this fine day. So yeah, we've got pretty copious scrap processing now. Hopefully this should keep us ahead of the curve. Anyone know if Read Roboport content is from SE? Do you mean, like, reading the logistic network contents? That's definitely vanilla behavior. You mean where you connect a wire to the Roboport, right? You've got read logistic network contents or robot statistics, or do you mean something else? The robot count. Yeah, that's vanilla behavior. It does look pretty, does it not? Feel that the belts are alive. Indeed. Where are our spiders? Not in the middle. Also, we're missing... never mind, I don't know why that little bit of belt was copied. Or where it came from. Oh, it was copied from here, that's why. Alright, seems like we're running out of belt, possibly. How much belt do we have here? Space belt... I'm not seeing any. Okay, I did expect it to take a while for this first delivery to happen. It's getting there. We're like 70% of the way. Should I launch it early? I think I should probably launch it early. Let's do it. Novus Orbit Mall. Away you go. Why is it disabled? Liquid rocket fuel. Oh no. That's right, I completely forgot we were gonna make liquid rocket fuel in a central location. Okay. I guess we'll make that now. And I'm thinking right next to all of these cargo rocket silos is a good place to start. Getting some lunch done now. Take care. We've been playing since 0.7 or so, so sometimes you miss things. Oh, absolutely. We've got rocket fuel being produced here, so it's a pretty short trip to this block. Alright, let's start with the usual. Goes there. And this goes here. Oops. Get some stations in the middle. Standard drop-off. I wonder if we should do like a symmetrical build here whereby alright, let's start with a wide area beacon. I've only got one here. And we need some fuel refineries, liquid rocket fuel, productivity modules, speed modules. Power is... well, during the day at least, it's not an issue. Seems like we're keeping up with power for now. I don't think we have to worry too much about a couple of wide area beacons. So how close together can we fit these things? This is smaller than a recycling facility, significantly smaller. So we're not about to be able to steal that design from ourselves. Maybe like this. We do need belts for input. How fast is this? Only 20 solid rocket fuel per second. So I think we could double this down here, actually. And I think if I put it here, we'll get beacon sickness. I need some more wide area beacons. I don't know why we haven't been making them down here. I think I know the answer, actually. I do not know the answer, actually. Let's see. Wide area beacon. Did I not... I thought I added this to the list down here. No, that was pylons. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that was just pylons. I think with wide area beacons, we'll need to have energy catalogs delivered, and or... I was afraid we wouldn't be able to make them in these machines. But evidently we can. So how many energy catalogs do we have here? I believe the answer is 0. The answer is in fact 0. Let's request some. And we're going to have them delivered to Nauvis as well. I'll put it back here since the throughput's going to be quite low overall. Energy catalog. It kind of feels weird getting this stuff on the ground, honestly. Blacklist that one. Change this to energy catalog in case there's a rocket crash. Nauvis. Energy catalog. And I think we also need... Nope, we've still got a couple of slots available here. Fantastic. Okay, let's make this one energy catalog. What does energy catalog stack to? We can use the debug option to see it here. 50. Therefore, I was going to say 25,000 in order to fill a rocket, but it's difficult to make energy catalogs relatively, and we really don't need to fill... the overall throughput's going to be low, so we really don't need to fill this with another rocket full of energy catalogs. So let's see, I think I will also set the priority low, just like I did for stone, etc. Since I really want... let's turn that off until I fix the station name. Energy catalog. Yeah, I want the energy catalogs being requested by science to be satisfied before we send them to the wide area beacons. Okay. And who knows what else we need energy beacons for. I'm surprised we haven't got a delivery here just yet, though. Let's see. We've got 39,000. Oh, that's why. Probably, once again, I forgot... I forgot to check all of these connections when I removed the substations. Which is why thermofluid here is almost full on a priority pickup. Just looked up my hours, 1470. Nice. When I got it, it was around first released on Steam, back when Greenlight was still a thing. I didn't get it on Steam, so I don't know how many hours I've spent on Factorio, including all of the many hours I've been playing it, listening to podcasts or something, long before I ever started streaming it. It's a lot. Skrzelic, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Is that a mod to set up assembler recipe and logistic requests based on the Combinator signal? Yes and no. You can set requests on a requester chest based on a Combinator signal in vanilla. You do need a mod to set the recipe for a machine and to get the inputs that you need for that recipe based on that recipe signal. And that mod is called Crafting Combinator. My orbit is chaos as well. Nice. Completed the game during 0.16. Good times. Glad I did all my achievements before the rework. Much easier. Fair enough. So are we not getting a train picking up energy catalogs, or did it happen while I wasn't looking? Or did I forget to turn this combinator back on? I did not. I think it just went yellow just the moment that I looked away there. Yep. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. That's the cold thermofluid drop-off. Alright, so we've got our energy catalogs being put into our rocket. I think I will send it with just 8,000. Maybe a little bit more. I had a lot of fun getting Lazy Bastard. Yeah, that one's interesting. That was the first time I finished. Highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't finished yet. That was 0.16. When you had to handcraft a refinery because of assembly component limits. Handcraft a refinery. Had to find a guide for that one. It was definitely not that difficult when I did it. I have no idea when that was, though. Okay, so this is going to be 163 rocket fuel per second, 10,000 liquid rocket fuel per second. That is maybe a little bit more than we need, to be honest. We could probably use some efficiency modules in here, is what I'm saying. So let's see. Max consumption, 400 kilowatts. One more energy would put it down to the minimum. How fast is this? Still 1,000. Okay, I think we'll max efficiency this because maybe we should just use tier 1 beacons for this. I'm not going to like the shape of it if I do that. But yeah, 10 megawatts all the time just to speed it up this much and have efficiencies. Then again, it's only 200 kilowatts with each of these that way. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, let's do some space pipe. I'm actually not sure where we're getting our space pipe from right now. I think this is the only place we were doing it on Nauvis, and I didn't have the construction spiders carrying it. It's pretty straightforward. We could probably do it at the mall. let's see. I think I'll steal this combinator and use it down here. Fantastic. Looks like we're not going to have to add anything else to make space pipe. Although seeing the recipes flicker and change. Okay, they're not going to do it much with space pipe. That's good. Okay. So in a short while we should have all of the space pipe we need for this. I was thinking of doing this in like a quarter layout, whereby we have rocket fuel in and liquid rocket fuel out at the same station. And we can just set it up so that we'll copy this when and if we need to increase the amount. Alright, let's put... How much is this going to be? Times 2? Still only 14 solid rocket fuel per second. You could almost fit the whole thing on one belt. So I don't think we're going to need a balancer or anything like that. Just do it like this. Actually, do it this way. Same thing on this side. That one's kind of already lined up in the right place, so let's use it. Oh, not that far. Can we rotate these? Flip is what I meant to say. The answer's no. We'll just have to remove the refineries themselves when we want to adjust this. We could probably put it closer to the station as well. That's wrong. Okay. There's just not a way to make this line up that I'm happy with. Do we even need to split and merge this at all? I think the answer's no, actually. And this one. Since we barely need more than one belt, I think fast inserters will be sufficient. Read belt contents hold. Read hand contents hold. Everything has to equal 0. Copy to here. And copy across. So all of these will output at the same speed. We'll get our solid rocket fuel. And don't forget to tell LTN what we've got. same goes for the output. That actually lines up perfectly with that, which I love. I think we can safely... Oh, this is offset. Wasn't expecting that. Move this up one tile. Space pipe. Remove this. Bring it all closer. Underground pipe like so. And I think we'll make that an underground belt. Underground pipe. That's not actually going to connect anywhere. I could make it do a little snaky thing. Or, blasphemy of blasphemies, we could not have two pumps to output. I almost said input, but no, this is supposed to be an output. Dan Bopes, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I don't see downed robots. Have you disabled robot attrition? We're definitely losing robots. Just snake it. Had plenty before, yep. How bad is the lag in endgame of SE? It depends. Speaking of which, one thing we are doing to reduce our to increase our UPS, again I should say, is removing the biters. We do have, what are they called? Weapon delivery cannons? Not firing. What's going on? We've run out of heavy girders. That's a little bit concerning. Heavy girders. Missing. We have not run out of heavy girders. Something's wrong with the loader here. Enable, disable. Everything less than or equal to 12. Oh, I think I know what it is. Yeah, we've run out of iridium, and I set this to stop heavy girders if there's more heavy girders than iridium plate. Since we're producing both of those in this block. So what's the problem with iridium right now? Iridium ingots, iridium powder, crushed iridite, iridite itself. Why? How is there no iridite? Ore fragment iridite. We're not seeing any of that either. Let's see. We've got 6.6k iridite core fragments, but I'm not seeing any flow. Let's have a look at our iridium planets. Fornax is asleep. We've actually... Uh-oh. We've actually run out of power here. It is nighttime, but we shouldn't get to the point where the media defense installations switch off. And I don't know how long it's been like this. Need to check on it during the day. We also need better power management. Why don't we... Oh. Apparently I disabled the power management for the core mining. That is probably not what we want to do, actually. So, let's say... Oh, this one is blocked. Accumulator charge has to be full. Otherwise, all of the core mining drills will stop. That should be enough to get it through the night. But just to be safe, I'll also say the input belt for the iridite that we're mining directly has to stop if our accumulators are not full. Okay, let me just catch up on chat. I see you're at 40 and wonder how much the circuits you're using affect it. You can actually see... Let me just go somewhere where we can actually read this. Circuit networks are at 5.3 out of the 22 or 23 game update. So it's not insignificant. Trains are flickering between 2 and 3 most of the time. Anyway, let's check back at Fornax. So accumulators might take... Oh, wow. Oh, media defenses are recharging, that's why. Yeah, this is why we do that power management. Okay, well, we're gonna have to check on Iridium a little bit later. I think there's another planet where we're getting Iridium from, though. I just can't remember where it is. I think it's the moon of Mars. Looks like we've saturated our cryonite possibly as well. That's good. Cryonite, 4 fragments. No, it's only at 6.6k at the moment. Okay. What else was I about to check on? Oh, that's right. The moon, Mars. I think there's an iridite mine here. There's not that much left of it. 256k. So that is quite a trickle at this point. So yeah, between that and the issue that we just discovered with Fornax, the amount of iridite we're getting has slowed down a bit for now. Why do you use delivery cannons over cargo rockets? Basically because they're a lot easier and reliable. All we have to do with delivery cannons... This is one of the earlier... Well, I changed it slightly. I added one more delivery cannon here because I was able to easily, but I had this thing direct inserting into the delivery cannon. But yeah, this is one of the earlier versions of this. We have a signal transmitter and receiver. We report to Nauvis what items we need sent to this chest. The stuff that we need to make more delivery cannon capsules over here. We also have... I later went to making ammo for media defense installations, which is a bit more complicated. But we also request what we need for media defense. And this is about as simple as it gets for an outpost, suffice to say. Some bigger ones that we've got, let's see, Taser. We're using nuclear power, and we're still using just media point defenses because pretty much everything we need to defend is in this area right here. And we still only have one core mining drill for Holmanite. I might have to update that at some point. Holmanite, I think, has been a resource that we haven't... Okay, for a while Holmanite was a resource that we had no trouble with, but obviously we're consuming a bit more of it now. So I need to go and update that one. Lothar gives us uranium, so we're running off of uranium. It's a lot, even for something like this, it's a lot more infrastructure if you... Well, what I did the first time was actually core mine and then process things on the planet, which gets a lot more complicated very quickly. It's kind of a spaghetti mess, and I've changed it a little bit, but you can see basically what we're doing here. We've got 2 delivery cannon chests. This one delivers all of these items so that we can make wire, delivery cannon capsule, batteries, and recycle this steel from the empty barrels. Use that steel, or some of it anyway, for media defense installation ammo. Once again, very minimal what you need on each actual outpost. Our first attempts were a bit more messy. Tolabai, for example, is a good example of where we decided to do core fragment processing on the planet. Theoretically, a pretty good idea. You can have an entire outpost be completely self-sufficient. But the trouble with that is there's an awful lot of stuff that you have to deal with. So we either need a much, much bigger blueprint to deal with all of these things and make sure that none of the outputs end up being full, or just send back the core fragments. But yeah, sending the items by cannon to make delivery cannon capsules is much, much, much easier than filling a cargo rocket, sending it back and forth, and dealing with the cargo rocket sections that get recycled, the space capsule, dealing with the rocket fuel, dealing with crashing cargo rockets. That's fun. Here, for example, we've got a whole lot of roboports just for the frequent crashes for the cargo rocket that delivers Beryl, because that's not it. The nearest place we were able to find Beryl core fragments was Angelus, Morpheus, and the Delta VO. I may have forgotten to resupply this thing when I deconstructed this, that, and the other from the old main bus base. That's fine, we've actually made a block specifically for things like this recently. But yeah, we've got a whole lot of complicated stuff set up to fill a cargo rocket with various inputs to send back here, depending on what we've already got. And because we can't use delivery cannons for this, we are using a cargo rocket. Unfortunately, the Delta V to Morpheus, or Delta V from Nauvis, is almost 50,000, and the chance of a crash is terribly high. grown to love cargo rockets. I use them almost entirely for one item now. Just use any landing pad with name and they'll just auto-launch. Yeah, that is true. It is a bit of a pain to set up the logistics for them. But once you do, not so bad. Which you can see here with what we've got going on in the rail network upstairs. It's as simple as copy-pasting a design like this and changing the signals. Okay, so what were we doing? While we are wondering that, let's get our spiders back to the mall. And marvel at our high throughput scrap processing. Beautiful. We were hoping to get some wide area beacons here. The cargo rocket over here I set up for... Holy crap, it's already full. That I was not expecting. Okay then. So, Nauvis Energy Catalog. Launch trigger cargo full. I was actually expecting this to take a while, but I suppose certain things have accumulated quite a bit in the meantime, to the point where we can do this with relative ease. Ooh, ah? Okay. Alright, let's see our cargo rockets landing on Nauvis. Beautiful. And that is our first Landlubbin energy catalogs. Fantastic. Oh, did I change the name of this? I did not. Energy catalog provider. Did change this one. What do you need them on land for? Wide area beacons. And theoretically I could also use them to make space rail if I cared that much about the aesthetic. 1 steel, 1 copper cable, and 1% of an energy catalog to upgrade each bit of rail. Although it's not like we can use an upgrade planner on the rail anyway, so even if I wanted to do that, I wouldn't bother based on that. Okay. Oh, and that reminds me, we want some space pipe. Let's go pick it up. I think we just needed 5s, and it looks like we've reached our quota. Why is the space train aerodynamic if there's no air friction in the orbit? I mean, there's a minuscule amount, but what says it's aerodynamic? Wait, what was the description? Rails that are safe to use in space because they prevent the train from flying off the tracks and destroying everything. No space platform is required, they are fully self-supporting, can also be used on land for aesthetic reasons. Let's get some... Did I not have requests for space pipe? I did. Okay. And here they come. Fantastic. Oh, I also needed some wide area beacons. Here they are. We don't have any yet because the train hasn't dropped off energy catalogs yet. I might just go pick some up to get the whole thing started. Just over here. Energy catalog. Didn't realize you could use space rails on land. Can reduce the amount of items I'd have to carry on me. Or switch, as well as blueprints. Oh, I see what you mean. Kind of like how a lot of people will only carry blue belts. When you get far enough into the game. I might just carry as many as I can. Oh, there's that space rail delivery. Just as I got here anyway. Figures. Sadly, the space rails isn't an upgrade for regular rails. So you can't use an upgrade planet. Yeah. And Space Belt, you can't use an upgrade planet to swap Space Belt either, which is a bit irritating. There is a website, apparently, to go through a blueprint and swap out Space Belt for regular belt, or vice versa, for example. I haven't tried it just yet. There is a mod? Interesting. Alright, so where's my bacon? We still don't have any. We are trying to make some right now. We should have... Oh. 20,000. Okay. Alright. Let's maybe not with that. This is one of the troubles that I talked about with this design earlier. Without adding a significant, at least like 2 combinators per machine, we can either set the request chest to receive just 1 recipe's worth of whatever item we're trying to craft, or multiply results by input count if we're trying to make like 50 wide area beacons. That adds up to 4,000 holmium cable, for example, and it overfills the chest. Which is one of the ways that we're dealing with that, with the new design, is high throughput items we shove into all of these chests, and then we blacklist it from going into the request chest itself. So we probably could get away with multiply results by input count here. Although in the case of recycling facilities, for example, we're already... everything required for that is already in these chests, so it makes no difference. Can't swap blue belts to space belts and expect it to work though. Space hasn't got a reach of 7. Yeah, but if you have a blue with only a reach of 5, or is it 6? Depending on how you measure it, Space Belt will skip over 5 tiles. I think it lists it as 6. And blue is... skips over 8. It says 9. Thank you for the follow, Flamey Bird. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Did I actually miss a follow? Big Clown, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. I must have really been distracted. And, Motorex, welcome, welcome. I have not played Industrial Revolution 2. Yeah, okay. They count as 1 pipe. Yep. Thank you for the follow, Motrax. Alright, let's get to building this block, which I should have finished a while ago. Pardon me while I hydrate. And now that I look at it, the way to connect this part is obvious. Don't think that's too untidy. 6 machines, so we'll do these in pairs. Alright, I think that's basically it. Let's move our construction spiders. Don't worry about this. And don't worry about this for now. Alright, we're going to set this to request solid rocket fuel. And nothing else. I suspect a couple of train loads will be... Oh wait, solid rocket fuel stacks to 10, doesn't it? Which is 1600. Didn't mean to go 32k. 3200 is 2 train loads, and considering the rate of consumption here, that should be easily enough to make sure we never run out. So, switch that on, good, fantastic. Make sure we tell LTN what we've got, otherwise the trains will just fill up here forever. We also need to make a provide threshold of 100,000, which is a full fluid wagon. And it'll just treat this positive number of liquid rocket fuel as telling LTN what it can pick up here. A stack in 10, yes indeed. Yeah, the minor gameplay impact of being cheaper to use. Underwater, they are one entity. Underwater? Express underneathy, indeed. Okay. Here comes our rocket fuel train. Fantastic. And do I really need to check if this works? It's such a simple build. I would be shocked if we made a mistake here. Well, the rocket fuel train is about to arrive anyway, so we may as well see it working. Send our construction spiders back to base. Our inserters are easily fast enough. Fantastic. And our balanced unloaders are working as well. Beautiful. So now we've got liquid rocket fuel in the train network. Once there's 100k, a train will come to bring it over here. And then we can finally start I was going to say this is probably going to be full by the time it can launch, but we've still only got about the same amount of space transport belt. Did this get stalled? Nope, it's just slow. We do currently have a train coming to pick up 4,000 space transport belt. Fantastic. An idea for an emote? Fantastic. I like that. Yeah, good idea. Alright, I am snipping that bit of chat for later. Yeah, I've been looking for ideas for emotes. I've got quite a few more slots. Than I know what to do with right now. Much appreciated. Alright, so launch on cargo full. I don't know if that's going to come before the liquid rocket fuel. We're already most of the way full for a train here. Oh, wow. It already consumed all the rocket fuel. We should maybe have more storage here as well, but let's go for 4 train loads. Even if LTN misbehaves a little bit, that should come nowhere near overfilling this, because you can fit 7.2 train loads of items in these chests. Okay. So minimum power consumption was actually still way faster than the trains can probably keep up with here. I kind of want to add... Well, we do have liquid rocket fuel storage here. But look at all this space. This is actually probably the perfect place to have some more storage. We could put in some more flat solar panels as well. That'd fit a bit better over here. Can I move that, like, up a tile? Don't see why not. Maybe not that one. So where's our storage going? Bit. That doesn't quite line up the way I would like it to. But if I move it over 1 tile... That's actually really good. And that perfectly uses up the... Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's way too good of a fit not to do. And we'll spam a few more solar panels, since we've got the room. Is that gonna work? Yeah, it's gonna work in each corner, I think. Not so much here, though. Or we could... do it like... this. May as well throw down a few accumulators. Do I even carry accumulators these days? I do. Okay. That's probably enough of that. Fantastic. Before I die, I'm going to eat a whole jar of popcorn kernels. That way my... that way my cremation will be epic. Good idea. Should have 115,020 in total. That sounds right. I think I'm familiar with that number. Or it's 115,200 for, like, iron plate. Yeah. So drop that down by 10 times. And that's how much solid rocket fuel we can fit. Originally, I would potentially set this up to ask for 7 train loads of solid rocket fuel, and we've got a request stack threshold of 1 full train. So theoretically that should never overflow, but in practice it does, so I just don't trust Eltian that much. I'm just going to assume it's going to go as much as at least 1 train over what it's supposed to. You should put pumps at the top. What do you mean by that? Oh, to pump all of the fuel up here? Yeah, you're right. Especially after I put all of this storage down here. Okay, let's do that. Pump goes here. And pump goes here. And let's move ourselves back down this way. We've got our liquid rocket fuel. It's been delivered here already, although some of the other... I was going to say some of the other cargo rocket silos might have stolen it already, but it looks like they're all empty. That's already connected. That connects to there, connects to here. So there's 100... There's 100k liquid rocket fuel in the system, and we have got a pipe connected to one of the inputs for this cargo rocket silo. But I'm not... Oh, there it goes. For some reason it took a while to decide to start pumping. Well, okay then. Also, we've got a bit of pipe here that's not necessary. Get rid of that. This is fine. And this is fine. Okay. 383 stacks of space transport belt. And we have another... call it 6 over here. Yeah, I think we will send the space transport belt up early, since we're actually waiting on that to continue building things in space. Is the train gonna get here before we run out? I don't think so. Nope. This one's gonna stop. How close was it? Pretty close. If the oil production area was right next to this thing, the train would have made it in time. That is not a solid rocket fuel train. Anyway, this is way more than enough, so the perfect throughput doesn't really matter. Okay, let's check on space. Even though I'm in a spider, I want to walk away from where that train is, though. What's this one having trouble with? Oh, it's just the timer hasn't reached a minute yet. Okay, good, that's working. I guess we can have them drop off everything else while they wait for the space belt. We should have some space belt left over up here from the bad old days of... There's 24,000 space belt here. Let's go get the spiders to pick some up. Also, look at this lovely mess of cancelled scaffolding. I could get the spiders to drop off scaffolding up here. Need train to deliver? Isn't it even better just build the liquid rocket fuel beside the solid rocket fuel? Oh. Well, it depends. I think we've run out of places to put pickup stations here. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the oil production block. We're outputting plastic, solid rocket fuel, explosives, sulfur, light oil, petroleum, lubricant, and sulfuric acid. If I were to redesign this, maybe with wide area beacons, we could probably get the extra throughput and have the spare space in order to have yet another station to pick stuff up here. You build solid rocket fuel in oil production, yes. Yeah, I didn't used to do this, but the rail blocks that I'm using this time are bigger than the last playthrough I did. So it's definitely added some more options there. Do you have your saves uploaded anywhere? I do not, but I could. I think. I don't know where I would do it just yet, but it's definitely something I'd be willing to do. Something to think about. Alright, let's get our... Oh, I sent them up here for belt. And apparently we've got like 2 logistic bots up here. Rhiannon, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream today? Steam does it by default, so it's not only stored on your computer. Unfortunately, I don't use Steam for Factorio. Uygo, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Right, let's send our spiders all the way back down here. Okay, got my nuke reactor up. Nice. Is that your first time doing a nuke reactor, or just the first time that playthrough? Third, but yeah, okay. Yeah, nuclear reactors take a lot of iteration before you're really satisfied with them, I think. Or relatively a lot. I've been lazy on it, fair enough. Yeah, we're definitely launching this as soon as it's got enough fuel. Actually, no, now that our spiders have some belt, we might wait for it. Do you have a good blueprint book for balances? I found one a while back. This one's not mine, you can look that up. Ranquist's balances. Also I made my own, which I think I uploaded. Probably find that here. Let me just check that I did upload that blueprint book. So this one includes the lane balances that I made myself, including some that only take one splitter and use circuits. Although I don't really recommend using those ones. They're kind of a novelty. This is as small as it gets for a lane balancer. I'm pretty sure this is as small as it gets. You've got one going straight through here, and one... if you do this, where items can go to both sides of the belt. As long as it gets backed up, it will lane balance. It'll allow items to swap on this side if everything's backed up and go straight through, stay on the same lane on this side. So you don't actually need to use like underground belts to block things in order to make a lane balancer, because as far as I've ever seen, there is no use case where items have not backed up on the belt where lane balancing would matter. So once it backs up, it does lane balance. If it doesn't, it just... You could prioritize going to the right side here if you want to fill both sides of the belt. But yeah. All it takes... It took me a long time to figure this out, but once you grok it, it's really, really easy. One piece of... You have it, 2 splitters, well, 3 splitters actually, but you split, you have one go straight through, you have one where the items can swap sides, and then you merge them again. That's all it takes. So yeah, I made a bunch of those. I also have a couple that were not my own design. Actually, this one... 50% goes there, there... I think this probably would be a lane balancer. I don't remember if I made it or not. I could make this from scratch today, but I don't know that I did make this myself. But one I definitely figured out myself is turning a 4-4 into a lane balancer without adding too much. I recognize that? Okay, yeah. I'm not too surprised if I net decked that one. Beldeck splitter. This is so neat. To take 2 belts off of a 4-lane bus. Okay. I forgot to check. I was trying to see if the belt balancer book is there. Yep, definitely is. There might be a couple of blueprints I've added to that since then, like the one I just made today. But most of it's there already. Okay. Spiders should be down here. What are we missing? We're still missing belt. Why is that? Didn't I just send them? Don't tell me we've got so few logistic bots that they couldn't pick up these space belt. There should be 50 logistic bots in this network, which there are, but it looks like we're demanding too much of them. Because there's so few of them, just picking this stuff up is a challenge. Check out that one. Paste bin. I'll give you a permit. And Lopez. It actually says forbidden. This is a private paste or pending moderation. Yeah, I think I remember people talking about this. Paste bin... something to do with bots. Like, Factorio blueprints are kind of caught in the crossfire, but you can't really use paste bin for that. I don't know since when. Alright, in that case, let's launch our rocket early. Alvis Orbit Mall. Fantastic. And the way this one is set up, ignoring all of the circuitry involved in loading the rocket, Wait, what? I literally just committed you. Oh, is it only for one link? Spin. Forbidden, yeah. So you were able to see it? Yeah, so the way oh. Oh, this is just ready to launch already. Fantastic. Or at least it's got everything except for fuel. Way we've got this one set up is we just request more than a full rocket for each resource that we want to send to the mall. And then we subtract what's already in the robo network. And once the rocket is full, it launches. Simple as that. Also, the cargo rocket silo has to be empty in order for the rocket to launch. That's just built into the cargo rocket silos, whether you like it or not, which I did not, actually, when I first started figuring out how I was going to automate these. I did a bunch of stuff to, like, figure out, is there enough space in the cargo rocket silo, etc., etc. But for anything but a manual launch, it simply will not launch unless the cargo landing pad is completely empty. Can you permit me one more time? Sure. Just permit. Factorio bin? Z belt balancer. It's quite a lot of them. Fantastic. Okay. Did I send the spiders? Yes, I did. Now we can finally get back on track. This shouldn't still be here. Now, I'm thinking we can probably copy, paste, edit the energy signs. Whoops. I need to disable the stations. And once we've done that, we can take our time with this. I'm thinking it's probably going to be the same layout, since with the tier 1 sciences it was basically the same layout for all of these, maybe with slightly different numbers of computers here. Let's get our spiders to finish this build first. That's the one I use almost entirely. It's made my life a lot easier. Fantastic. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, belt balancers in particular are a problem that needs solving in Factorio that I think most people probably don't feel like solving themselves. I certainly don't feel like solving it beyond like 4 to 4 balances. And I don't know that I could have made this... I really don't know that I could have made this from scratch. Editing an 8 to 8 balancer to reshape it wasn't too difficult, but I just don't have the kind of brain for keeping track of like several belts at once and remembering where they're all going. Didn't you build the material catalog block? I see one beside the newly ghosted bl bl block. Yes, I copied the wrong one. Thanks for pointing that out. Can I just undo? No, I don't know. Yes, there we go. There we go. Okay. This is what I meant to copy. And we'll see if that works out the same. Or at least if it'll be a good basis for... I wonder how much we can fit under a wide area beacon. That is tragically... Well, we could just change the underground belt here. And that would cover all of these. And then this goes up here. So... that should already work pretty well for a wide area beacon. Now let's see if the shape of this build is going to be about the same for material science. Covered everything by 2 tiles? Oh, true. Just barely. Look at that. Just as planned. Calculated. Okay, so we're definitely going to go with the same layout for the input stations. And material catalog, broad material catalog goes here. What's this? Holmium cable. Uh-oh, nope, 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 nope. Stop, 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 stop. Did I just confuse that train? I think I did. Could you please go over here? Actually, oh, too late. And now stop and go back. Did it insert anything? No, but the train is confused. No path. Okay. What if I just tell it to go to this station with no condition? It'll probably get there and then instantly turn around and not receive any items? Oh, not quite. Well, it's going to the depot with a little bit of rocket fuel. That's fine. We've already got something in place to... Wait, why was it... Oh, that's right. We've already got something in place to drain that. The holmium cable also needs to not be dropped off here. I think I just interrupted the very sensitive... Yep. Precise loader. Thanks for the stream. Take care... I can't scroll. There we go. There we go. Take care, Whiskers. Why can't I scroll? There we go. Can we transport liquid without barreling them? No, but if you send ice and coal and do coal liquefaction, it's a lot more cargo efficient than sending barrels. Fat boy not so slim, name and base, absolutely. I'll take one too, thanks, no worries. Can I fit it here? Do we have an F? I think we do. But, oh, I was going to say it's easier to take an E that I can see. But this is fine. A... T... I don't know if we have a B. Let's take an 8. And sharpen it up a little bit. Do we have a Y somewhere? Yes. N... N... I don't know if we have an N yet. Let's take a Z and do this. I think T-Hacks should have a break to refresh to stretch legs. You have a good point, as much as I see your alternate... alternate? That's not quite the word I was looking for. Ulterior motives. Which are fine. We need a T again. S. I'm still not happy with this S. Maybe I should change them a little bit. That's probably better. S. Not even close. I was worried we wouldn't be able to fit it here easily. And M. And I didn't mess it up. Fantastic. It's actually a really good fit. Take care, Whiskers. You can do FBNSS to save space. No, that's okay. Processing methane to oil products unlocks fairly early too. Is that with K2? I'm too tired. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. You see right through me? Yes. I want to send liquids into space. Liquids have a tendency of sloshing around. I understand that's a really, really difficult engineering challenge when it comes to rocket fuel. It fits, no worries then. Spic, the underscore. Stupid quit twitched camper has it, okay. So leave out the underscore. Sorry, automod typo, no worries. Pure SE. Methane, you say? I think we can use combinators to peek into the future. Oh yeah, methane. I forgot about that. Methane ice. I think we've seen it in asteroid belts. It's a lot more complex than coal liquefaction, though. So is methane, like, optional, or am I gonna have to deal with that sooner or later? I haven't gone to the asteroid belts because I prefer to be able to set up core mining so that, you know, we may get low on resources, but there's an infinite flow of it. Cheers, T-Hacks. I'm back from holidays now, so you'll have to skim the VODs. So we'll have to skim the VODs for the past week to see what I missed. No worries. I think there's like 2 episodes that were lost to the abyss, unfortunately. Although the ones on Twitch go back 2 weeks, right? So let's see. We're going to do broad energy insight, broad material insight, 1 material catalog, 1 broad material catalog, and we need negative 273. Doesn't really matter, but I'm just curious, is that it here? Negative 273. Oh, that's negative 100. And that is negative 273. Okay. So. The negative 273 goes here. Let's move the spiders so I can see what we're doing. Fantastic. And then... this is the energy only one. This will be energy simulation, material simulation. For now we're just direct inserting. Later on I want to do the more complicated simulations for better efficiency. So cold fluid goes in here. I think I will copy paste this and just quickly turn off the combinators. And then we won't have much we have to change here. Yes we will. Although at least we've got the fluids? Wait, what? Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. Turn this off, turn this off. And we change this to material catalog and broad material catalog. The fluids stay the same, and the name of the station changes slightly. Not that station names actually matter, technically, with LTM. But I do like to have a useful description there. Okay, so Tier 1 Material Science. We need iridium plate. Tier 2, we need girders. So it's the exact same layout, it looks like. It's still a perfect ratio if all we wanted to make was Science Pack 2. But in practice we'll be making both of them. Also, change the name of the output stations. Material Science Pack 2. I think the junk outputs are still going to be exactly the same. Junk data card, 25 degree thermofluid, and blank data cards. Don't need to change any of these filters. We need to change this to request iridium plate. And this one to request heavy girders. And I assume the rate for these two 6.6 and 3.3 per second. Quite slow. Okay. Whoops. How much did we request over here? I'm guessing 2 train loads. 17k. Isn't that slightly more than 1 train load? That makes sense. Iridium plate. Oh, I meant to check on, I want to check on it when it's daytime. Fornax. I see some iridium flowing. Seems we're bottlenecking on delivery cannon capsules now. Which is not the worst sign, but should probably... This is going to be a real pain to try to change the layout of. Yeah, we made this one before I made a version of it that was a bit more extensible. Okay, we'll leave that as it is for now. See how much trouble we're having with iridium. Part of the reason we're having trouble with iridium is we are dropping off heavy girders over here to drop cannon shells on biters and, more importantly, their spawners. I forgot to mention earlier, as we got distracted by a whole chain of different things. It's one thing to have the automatic systems destroying the biters on Nauvis, but especially when there were more of them, it's probably going to take more than that to keep up with biter expansion. And more to the point as well, the sooner we clear them out, the sooner we can direct those resources elsewhere. And we're going to have a bit more UPS when there's no biters left on the main planet as well. Which is going to become more and more relevant the later into the game we get. The zigzagging is because the worms are the biggest threat, and the spit that they fire has to lead the target, so this forces them to miss a lot. Whoops. There's quite a lot of cannons going off. Alright, let's send them back for resupply after that one. And back to orbit. So this is, we'll just call it Material Science Pack 2, even though it includes Science Pack 1 as well. We can beacon it if it comes down to that. Did I turn this on? Nope. Do we have broad energy catalogs yet? We do. 141 in total. That's an oddly small number. Let's just fix that little bit of belt. Did I make the same mistake back here? I did. And over here as well. How have we got such a small number of broad material catalogs, though? We should have like 8,000 or nothing. Oh. It's because 25-degree thermofluid isn't being reported to LTN. Yep. Another victim of me forgetting to connect these wires after I removed big power poles and substations. So once the thermofluid is removed, we'll be able to keep making broad material catalogs. And for how long? If I had a combinator or something to point to here, it would be a lot easier to tell. Can't actually reach a wire to the power poles. Okay. Here comes our coolant. I hadn't got around to checking how much of this is a train. 40 times 4 times 40. 6,400. Let's bump it up to 7k. Iridium plate. Hey, Mess. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Let me just catch up with chat a little here. Once I click this. I watch VODs on Twitch since it'll do all uploads, such as when power internet drops and a new stream is created. Indeed. I started using methane early on, but only because I found a big 20 million patch. It's not needed anywhere though, just an option. Nice. I use methane for nutrient gel and oil production in space. I found 441 million patch. Wow. 14,000 tiles from 00. In your second asteroid belt, right? I have those huge ones too in an asteroid field, but I don't need to get those just yet. But might be worth tapping, if only to make certain things go faster for a long while. I appreciate the sound effects and the glow coming from our material catalog block. Nice. And we've already got a train coming to pick up... Oh, that's for the thermofluid, actually. Okay. I think we may already have everything in place to get Material Science 2 in the rail network. I think as much of a pain as it's going to be to move some of this stuff, it might be about time to move science into the rail network properly. So let's see to that. It's not going to be difficult to set up science cargo landing pads in the rail network. We just copy our blueprint a couple of times and change the settings. Moving the stuff that we already have might be a bit more of a pain. Arguably it's not necessary, but I mean, we've got 80,000 of at least 3... Yeah, we've got 3 types of sciences with 83,000 here. That is not a trivial amount to just leave sitting around. You can just copy the landing pad names. Yeah, there might be a couple of minor tweaks that I've done to this blueprint since making it. But, oh, that's right, I wanted to add, yeah, I want to get rid of the big power poles. Move this... This is a good opportunity to update it, actually. Get rid of the big power poles, move the robo ports out slightly, because sometimes the crashed rockets are slightly out of reach for these ports. And that's basically it. But yeah, this is all set up as if it is a fish drop-off to make sure we don't accidentally get a delivery here before we're ready. So all we have to do is change the signals and filters and names and stuff on these, and then that's done. Very, very easy at this point. So, I think... Just how many sciences do we end up with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16, plus 7. Way too many for belts, in other words. I think we're going to have a robot block for this. And I am just a little bit concerned that we're going to have so many logistic bots to keep up with this that we're going to have to deliver bots here because of bot attrition. But we should already have robots being made in the logistic network here. Yeah, we do. Or at least we've got 2.3k handy at the moment. I could just bump up our request for logistic bots momentarily to make sure we've got everything here to make them and I don't have to do anything else. Flying robot frames, we do have them. Fantastic. Okay, drop that request down again. And what was I doing? We're going to need a wide beacon. Well, strictly speaking, we don't need it, but we want a wide beacon. Don't know where exactly. We're going to want productivity science. Whoops. And we're going to see how many we can fit together. Quest a chest. So if we do it like this... I actually have no idea how many of these we're going to be able to fit. We don't really need to fit that many either, but I'm curious. I think we'll rotate this a little bit. $27, 5x4 plus 6 plus 1. What are we mathing out? 26 different types of science. Ah, yes. In other words, way too many to think about using belts. Reduce the number of chests and inserters here. If we follow that pattern... I'm partly laying it out like this because I can. This is probably already super overkill, right? We'll make them maximum efficiency as well. Don't forget to leave room for the drop-off station. This goes here. Copy, paste, flip. That goes there. And... we'll have a robo network based couple of drop-offs here. Roboport goes here. What's in the robo network? I think it's underkill since the inserters might not be able to keep up. I remember I had trouble with it when I need to split it up with 4 stack inserters to handle it all. Oh, wow, okay. Alright, that might have to be redesigned then. I'm not really fussed about how we go about it. It's going to be bot spam anyway. We're going to put... output chests here. T-Hacks did a few attempts a few times in space. I'm using a sushi belt. Yeah, I used a sushi belt. We've still got it for posterity up here. Here's the first one. Because I didn't know any of the production chains, and we didn't have space rail, this is what we started with. And then we quickly found it needed to be bigger, and then we quickly found we could barely fit all of the tier 1 sciences on what was left of this. Hello, Aunt Fosh. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. What a space base you have there. Thank you. Okay. Going to put some roboports here. Actually, that's fine. Long arm inserters. So, whenever we're requesting robots, they can actually be entered here directly. We'll have one roboport somewhere with a requester that'll put bots that was put in these chests back into the network. We do need to report available construction bots and available logistic bots. Actually, I'll put it here. Why not? Filter inserter. Quest bots here. Actually, I'll make it a green chest so the network knows what we've got. And we're just going to set filters blacklist. So when we've got enough available logistic bots, when we've got any number of available bots, we're not going to put those types of bots into the network. 27 different items on the sushi belt then? Could work. We've done sushi science before. It is interesting. Okay. So I think this is going to be long trains only. 5 hours, 24 minutes until Tanius Orbit has a coronal mass ejection. We don't have anything at Tanius Orbit. I might take that little break. Oh, I didn't actually get the spiders to... Well, forget the spiders, we'll get the logistic network to fill out the lamps over here. And I'll take that short break as we discussed earlier. Back in a few minutes or so. I have K2, so 30 I think. Wow. Okay, see you guys in a bit. Excuse me. Yay. Okay, that should be the rest of Fat Boy's name. Fantastic. So we do have short or long trains able to pick up the bots from here. But it'll be a request stack threshold of 160 from this station. I think we should just do the bot thing on this side. So we'll output as quickly as possible here. I make oils in orbit, originally with coal liquefaction, later methane ice. Yeah, we've been making oil in orbit with coal liquefaction. I'm actually still siphoning fluids off of the old main bus base, which hasn't kept up with bursts of demand for certain things, but it seems to have settled down now. So where were we? We're going to do... maybe I'll actually put... Actually, no. That's fine. Stack inserter it is. So here we're going to request robots. Why not a few construction bots? Just in case. And it's mostly for logistic bots. Throw in some repair packs. Alright, all the things that go directly in roboports. Request stack threshold is 1. Short trains only. And... construction bot. Logistic bot. We want 50 available. And repair pack. That should be sufficient. Might bring this over here. And this one over here. And we need to, again, report these things to LTN. Okay, so what are we requesting down here? Science, of course. Wait, 27 sciences. That means we're going to need more than one constant combinator for this. Okay, we'll put all of the... Do they all stack the same at least? 200... 200... Looks like it. Okay. So 32k is one train load. We'll set the request for 1.5 times that. Why am I blanking? 48,000. Green, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. Whoops. Red science. Green science. Military. blue, purple, yellow, and rocket science. And next is... So it's 4 times 4, 5. So we need an entire constant combinator just to describe that we need all of these sciences dropped off here. 48k, 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 48k. Next is bio. Wait, what? I didn't duplicate one of these, did I? Nope, we're good. Can all the science packs be researched in those machines? Or could there be some higher tier ones for last tiers? We'll see. And we'll just have to pivot a little bit if it turns out to be the latter. Or maybe just bring some new machines into this block. And last but not least, deep space science. Times 2, times 3, and times 4. Fantastic. Maybe a new block in stations and machines if that's the case. We'll see. I don't have enough information to make a decision at this stage. Here comes our short train. And we can get rid of those roboports for now. Fantastic. Wait. Oh, it's not powered. Because there's no substation pylon up here. Okay. Up you go. And here comes our train. Fantastic. Alright, so that'll get all the robot stuff in place. Just one logistic bot being put into this roboport is going to be all it takes to ensure they all get put in the robo network. First we're doing repair packs though. And there it goes. Fantastic. So we're counting available logistic bots here. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, considering the lack of information we have, I think we'll just set up something pretty ordinary here for now. This will be more than enough to keep up with what we've got in the short... That's weird. Oh, there's a gap there. Maybe upgrade the inserters. Do not try to upgrade the wide area beacon. Almost forgot we need to add... Well, I'm just going to add one space science lab to this. And it's going to make it for 30 seconds. Whenever it makes some. which would be more than enough. What are the prerequisites, though? I think we need to make labs. Okay, how do we make labs? We need burner labs. Burner labs, I think we have everything. Okay. In that case, burner lab, space science lab. And it just happened to get pulsed over here just in time. So are we going to get this built? We need stone brick. Oh, we are getting stone brick. It's just the inserters are doing things in arbitrary orders. There are 2 Bio 4 requests? Oh. Bio 4. Actually no. They just look extremely similar. Well, good, just thinking maybe a new block. Ah, yep, right. No worries. Did we already get the labs? I need to get the spiders to request them. Or at least one of them. Lab. I've already got a request for them somewhere. Because of course. How much is a stack of these? Oh, 1. Okay, fair enough. Alright. Let's just go pick up as many as we can for now. Actually, we only need 8. Alright then. We're gonna need some storage chests, actually. So let's put those in the obvious place. Or maybe this is the obvious place. Could make some T4 productivity modules for labs. That might not be the worst idea. What does it take to make T4s? Machine learning data. I still haven't made those. Seems that they go into very few things. They do go into rocket science packs, which we haven't put into the rail network yet. So we could maybe make a block that makes rocket science packs. We can request steel to make empty barrels. This is in the rail network. Everything is in the rail network except for machine learning data. And I'm thinking we can make the machine learning data in situ and have that as a pickup that's available from that block as well. It depends how many things. It's literally just rocket science and modules, so I think we'll do the first idea. Alright, cool. Why is a bot hovering here? Who do you belong to? It's got a white outline on the map. That should mean it's over here. I think it's part of this robot network right here. And it's waiting for storage chests. Alright. We have 5 labs. So I think we'll put our basic rocket science here. Let's see how that's going to look. We're going to need to request steel, satellite, solid, vulcanite, chemical gel. So far we're up to 4 sorry, not fluids. 4 physical objects, plus 2. Full thermofluid and chemical gel. 2 fluids. Okay. We could do like the electronic circuits and blank data cards here, and one of the fluids up here, one of the fluids here, and probably the 4 items for the rocket science packs here. It's actually probably going to be a pretty simple build. It depends on the throughput. So regular rocket science packs. Where are we? Oh, there it is. Literally just one of these machines is more than enough to keep up with this thing, even with speed modules in it. For the barrels. If we... At what rate do we tend to need rocket science packs? At the exact same rate that we need every other science pack for a given research? So it's one of the common ones, just like the other sciences. So we should probably aim to be able to make it a bit faster. Let's see, this is 1.33 per second. This is 0.667 per second. It's weird that 2 energy science packs goes into 4 energy science pack 2s. Okay. I think we should just do as much as we can support with one belt. Why do they not have productivity modules? Oh, I forgot. And we didn't set it to make that many productivity modules. Okay, let's sort this out now. Module. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. And... productivity... efficiency... Alright, that alone should result in a small amount of each of these modules getting made. Just waiting for the timer to tick over. And I keep forgetting that I put the circuit order like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so the ones at the bottom are in reverse order. I am surprised to see we're trying to make... Actually, I'm not that surprised. Wait, what if... Which type of module do we have 260 of here? Well, whatever the case. Oh, here we go. We actually do have productivity modules, so why... Because we're not requesting productivity modules for the spiders, because we almost never can put productivity modules anywhere. Okay, so we need 6 times 8, 48 productivity modules. There's your problem. You want efficiency modules in the sides? Probably in the beacon surrounding the sides. Productivity is what will let us get more out of our resources. Efficiency just saves us power. And pollutes less, but that's not particularly relevant in space. I'm actually a little bit surprised that these machines pollute at all, since I know the simulation of pollution has some impact on UPS. It's probably pretty trivial and not updated very often. So actually, I don't know. I know the simulation of pollution has some impact on UPS, and from what I am guessing, there's never going to be any biters in space. So I would have thought at least the machines that can only go in space would produce no pollution. But apparently not. Alright, so we got our productivity modules. Fantastic. Let's head down here again. Well. And let's set our target at like... I don't know. Let's just go and make sure we've got plenty of speed modules. Probably don't need as many efficiency modules to be made at once. I think it has to calculate pollution regardless since it's enabled as on or off for all surfaces and not per. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, why does a space manufacturer, like, could they not just set it to not produce pollution? And that would reduce the amount of pollution that needs to be simulated, perhaps? Anyway, I've decided to leave the speed 1 and 2s at just a request for 1. So we're only going to craft them when we run out of them, and we're going to craft them for 30 seconds. Wow, that's fast. And that really reinforces my decision to do that. Wow. I can't even tell how fast it's going. I don't think pollution is anywhere near a UPS hit. Okay. I thought people who build mega bases turn it off, partly for that reason. Let's move our spooters. I want to... What was the number of efficiency modules that we need to get minimum consumption? Minimum power, that is. Okay, this is nothing but speed. Oh, we did it on Nauvis. So it's 4 speed modules. That's not what we're doing here right now. Wide, efficiency, 4 speed, and go. That should be... Wait, what? Max consumption, 1.9 megawatts, negative 90... Oh, it says plus 90%. I was gonna say. In that case... I didn't think it could go below 80%, although it doesn't actually say what the minimum is here, but I think that's just because we haven't hit it. Yeah. Minus 80% limit, 200 kilowatts. Let's speed it up a bit, shall we? And a little bit more. There's just so much productivity modules in there. Okay, so that's 1 megawatt each. I think that'll be fine. And we're still going plus 40% speed with maximum productivity. Why not use modules higher than Mod 3. I will eventually. Don't forget we have set up infinite resources, so it's not going to be that bad of a thing if we don't get the highest possible productivity. But it is a long-term goal. Okay, so I think... well, let's get the spiders to drop off these train stops first. Just so that I can see where they fit. Alright, so we're going to do... machine learning data. One electronic circuit, one blank data card, and it makes one machine learning data, one scrap every time. Fluid input and output. I forgot to check what it's made in. I think it's computers. It is indeed computers. So let's copy the usual layout. The spider's done making this. It seems like they are. Fantastic. How is our scrap? It seems like that's probably not enough to trigger a train delivery. Oh, wow, our impact... no? Hold on, what's going on here? We're actually blocked because we have too many heavy girders here. That is not what I expected to happen. I did set it up so that we'd be priority consuming... oh. Yeah, that might need a little tweak. I don't know if this is enough by itself, but if there's any heavy girders here, we don't want to drop heavy girders onto the belt at all. But I don't know if that would have been enough to make the difference here. We'll do the same thing on the other side. And I guess we'll get the spiders to pay this a visit. We'll pick up some of the heavy girders. Just to get the whole thing flowing again. Seems to just be heavy girders, not iridium plate for some reason. I guess it's double the chance of a girder. Don't know how many we're going to have to remove in order to get it flowing again. Is that all it took? Seems that way. In that case, I suspect what we just did is going to be all it takes to fix the whole thing. Could be wrong. Alright then. Does that mean we have a similar problem over here? Oh. Nope. We don't have to recycle any items in this build. nice and easy. The only problem here is we're not getting rid of scrap fast enough. Oh, and we completely finished pressure containment data as well. Wasn't really expecting that, but on the other hand... Wait, what is going on here? This has... Okay. I think it's just because of the balanced unload of scrap. This machine lacks inputs, therefore it's not unloading scrap, so these ones have stopped because we're keeping the load balanced. That scrap sticking out right there is not something I expected to see. Because we actually set this up so that if you have 4 or 5 inserters with a stack size of 10, you're definitely going to, or one would think, you're definitely going to input into the train exactly and not end up with stuff like this, but as it turns out, that is not so robust. Alright. Back to our new build. We're going to set this to machine learning data. And we're going to get a feel for just how fast that is going to be. It's going to be extremely slow. So I think we'll add... if I can, I want to standardize where I put these beacons. Just going to remove everything from this. And we're going to include the beacons and the rail, I guess. And that's going to go there. And so, probably this here. I have a feeling this is going to be overkill. Alright, so 2.6 megawatts each, that's fine. Actually, it's 200 kilowatts. Minus 80% equals limit because we only have room for 2 speed modules in this thing. Let's increase our speed modules in the beacon. Until we start using at least a little bit of power. Although, to be honest, I'll probably end up going full speed with these so that we take advantage of the belts. Yeah, that's still only 4.8 per second for each physical item. For all of these machines. Well, let's build the actual... the actual rocket science part. And see how that looks first. Don't know where the fluids are gonna go. Rocket science? So without any modules or anything, we're looking at 1 per second per machine. Inputs are only 0.1 per second per machine. That's surprising. We'll go full speed ahead with the space manufactories. If you put down spaceship floor on land, you can put down space buildings on it? Interesting. So I guess that's why they produce pollution. But you can't do space recipes. That makes sense, I suppose. Otherwise you could just turn the planet into a spaceship. How fast is this? 9.2 per second. 0.92 per second for each incoming item. And also the outgoing blank data cards. Almost 0 chemical gel, so that's not going to be a concern at all. Fluids over here are also very slow. Yeah, I think we could do, like, lots of these, actually. Put the fluid up here. 4 is probably overkill. But, like, a reasonable amount of overkill. We could also reduce the power consumption again. Probably something close to this. I think the other machines don't have as many speed modules, though. It's still plus 90%. But on the other hand, we have... Wow. Okay. I may have gotten a little bit carried away with the solar array up here. We've currently got about 57 gigawatts to spare. Bearing in mind that is without the particle accelerators all going at the same time. And lots of other things are idle at the moment as well. But even so, that is considerably beyond what we need for the moment. And that's great. I think I'll stop there. We'll just trim the rest of the robopods bit by bit. Like this. And replace those with flat solars. Remember when you had planned to do space nuclear? Yeah, why would you? I mean, for the fun of it, sure. For the, but not for any practical reason. Okay, so this has 5 physical inputs, but they are quite slow. Less than half a 1 per second for each machine. We'll put some space pipe here. And probably... I might just rotate this like so, actually. Probably put that there. That's not going to leave room for any outputs. Does this reach? I think it does. Almost. Okay. This part's redundant, so let's get rid of that. And this part blocks the output. Total output is 4.2 per second plus 0.42 per second. Okay, we're very easily keeping up with that with one stack inserter. Put that down there just for the sake of symmetry. And... there's no need for this to be so close together, actually. So, why don't we move that apart? Put the inserters together. That should have been moved. Still comes out to an even number. Okay. Also, this part's redundant. It'll be a more elegant fit if we do that. And then... One, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs. What is it called? Machine learning data is going to come from over here. We'll do... That's probably going to be way more than enough machine learning data, right? Actually, it's barely enough. Well, it's a slight surplus. But that's only if and when we're going full speed with the rocket science. So I think we'll do that. Output from this is very, very slow. We'll use regular old fast inserters. Filter it at this point. And junk data card, is it? No, it's scrap. Scrap. This thing produces junk data cards. Bring the scrap together here somewhere. Could probably stand to make a few more of these. So we're making a surplus even when we are making the rocket science for other things. Cool. And then... how am I going to do this? We want... I might just put that there again, actually. We want a priority split to the left. I think you were looking at inserter needs in rate calculator. I've done that before. Per second. Okay. Yeah, I think we had considerably more than enough already. I'm still happy with this. Alright, so per second we're looking at 7.2 for both resources on that belt. That's very, very slow. And over here, that doesn't line up very well. Should probably do it like this. That's actually a good fit. And priority output. Actually, we don't need those two belts going somewhere because the total 7.2 is actually really slow. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing with the rest of this block. We could just have room to double everything, I guess. So I'll build it out as if I am going to double everything to start with. That is close to the middle as possible. And same applies to this one. That should be just close enough not to get beacon sickness. Fantastic. So the max rate from this, 14.4 machine learning data per second, 14.4 on each belt. That's quite easy to deal with. We're going to have 3 physical outputs from this whole place. I would think, in keeping with our game that we've done before, we'll put the... Wait a sec, it's actually 4 outputs, isn't it? Because we're doing rocket science as well. Okay. In that case... we'll probably just do the desired output and the scrap output on the same side. I kind of forgot as well that we've got some output fluids to deal with. It's actually only the one output fluid. So I was going to have physical input and fluid input here, and same thing on this side. But I don't know where I'm going to put the scrap output if I do it like this. I could move these closer and we could have an output on the side. Actually, that's technically there's just enough space to do it already. I think we will do that. So that goes about there. And that's going to massively simplify dealing with the scrap output because we don't need to have any precise loaders. So I'll put this here somewhere. And we'll do the same on this side. Scrap. It's gonna go here. And here. Is it scrap? Yeah, it's scrap. Scrap to the right. Maybe some undergrounds. Oh, that's a good fit. And then... actually... are we like one tile short for a good fit here? We are. But I can't squeeze it in here. Oh, there's extra room. Fantastic. Let's just move this. Oh, is there extra room? If we do our physical inputs like so, we could just make an exception to the way this one lines up for the inputs. I do want to double check as well 3.6 electronic circuit, 3.6 blank data card. That is very, very easy. Okay, so that goes there. And that goes there. Inputs. Like so. And we'll copy, paste, flip that. And this goes here and here. Fantastic. Alright, so it should be trivial then to set up scrap pickup here. Why don't we copy this? So we line the stations up the same way. We don't need that station there. We do need a pickup. Actually, we'll make it a priority pickup right about here. And then that goes there. And we'll do a fluid pickup. That's not right. Wait, yes it is. Still missing this bit of rail. I haven't moved the spiders. Okay. Fluid pickup for the 25-degree thermo fluid goes here. And I don't see a particularly convenient place to connect that. Actually, yes I do. We've got this one tile. Oh, that's perfect. This one tile in the middle because of the way the beacons reach. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking this build. Okay. So all of the output fluids are connected. And we've got a nice, clean bit of piping over here. What is the benefit of long pipes? The long pipes act... Well, okay, apart from being able to have, like, this bit of pipe not connect to this bit of pipe, the benefit of the long pipes is they act like one piece of space pipe. So the longer you put a line of regular pipes together like this, the worse your throughput of fluid gets. And the way the fluids just slosh around a bit, it takes them longer to get where they're going. So the space pipes just make it easier for the fluids to get around, basically. Alright, so this one is going to be... I actually don't need to change anything here, but we'll name it scrap and 25-degree thermofluid provider. And then figure out where this is going to go. That's not what I meant. And then we need a balancer. Actually, it's going to be so slow. I was going to say it's going to be so slow, I'm just going to restrict the chests. And that's going to act as a balancer. But I actually want as much storage space as possible for junk outputs, so it doesn't stop the output that we actually care about. So let's make a balance loader here. Fantastic. Also need this input here. And this one here. Okay, and that just leaves where we're going to put the blank data cards. I mean, not blank, machine learning data. I kind of want to merge them anyway, and this bit of belt is kind of in the way for what I would normally want to do here, because I don't like to have the inserters have to pick up from corners. It's the wrong way around. There we go. So I think we'll go this way. Also, can we not make this a bit more symmetrical? I suppose not. Let's just remove that for a sec. And this goes here. We want a splitter there. This goes down here. Priority output go to the rocket sides. And the rest goes to the rail network. How much... The only other thing we need it for is modules, right? So I think we'll probably use long trains for that. So that should be fine. I feel like this would look a bit more uniform. And don't forget to tell LTN what we've got in station. Fantastic. This one's already set up correctly. Except we need the wiring for this one as well. Connect that like so. Connect that up there. And because we've got the fluid input as well, we'll make this specific rather than generic. Scrap has to be less than or equal to average. Fantastic. Another way to do it would be to keep that the same and use filter inserters, set filter blacklist. But that's just needlessly expensive. Not that we would feel it at this stage in the game. Now then, we can put this wherever we like. I would kind of like to have symmetry from the beacons. So let's put that there, perhaps. And this goes here. The machine learning data is going to go all the way up here. Since we've got so many inputs, we need like 2 belts of inputs on this side. Long arm inserters are going to be able to keep up with that, right? Let's see. Well, we could have like several of them if we need to. But I suspect this is going to be all we need. Inserters, long arm inserter. We would need less than half of a long arm inserter to keep up. So I think we'll be fine. We're almost at spaceships, indeed. Right, this is going to go here. And we're immediately... Actually, no, yeah, we are. We're going to immediately filter away our junk data cards. Junk data card. We're going to put... It's only 4 minutes 59 seconds since 2 days ago. Yes. Okay, this goes here. That goes there. And there. I could move the train stop up a bit so that it's not blocking, but the trains are going to come here to pick up the output stuff so rarely that it's not even worth thinking about. So this is gonna go here. And this goes here. That's going to be for junk data cards and nothing else, I think. Don't forget to connect. Cool. Last but not least, we just have to do the inputs and put like probably 1 space assembly machine to make empty barrels. What's our rate here again? Less than 1 empty barrel per second. Should be fine. Oh, that's in inserters again. 1.8 empty barrels per second. I think a single machine can manage that without even having a speed module. 1.25. We would need 1 more machine or some speed modules. Okay. So we'll put that... These all get input at the same rate, right? Exactly the same rate. So I think we'll just put that right there. Symmetry. Fluid. Goes here. I haven't forgotten that the pumps are facing the wrong way. So we need steel, satellite telemetry data, solid rocket fuel, and vulcanite blocks. I think we're going to do this layout again. Although the steel can go in its own belt. I don't suppose we could... No. If it were possible to have half a piece of belt right here, I would probably do that. Maybe there is a way to do that effectively. Do it like that. We put whatever else is on the belt with steel. Let's say satellite telemetry data. Satellite telemetry goes there. And this is steel. And that doesn't make any sense, actually. Oh, I know. We just... We just do that over here, right? And put a little something to put that on the correct side of the belt. Easy enough. I don't think we're going to need that many inserters. Let's get our spiders a little bit closer. And we're going to do this type of output. Let's see. Steel, satellite telemetry. Telemetry. Solid rocket fuel and vulcanite block. Vulcanite block. And then... read belt contents hold. Read hand contents hold. Enabled condition. Steel equals 0. Satellite telemetry equals 0. Solid rocket fuel equals 0. Vulcanite block equals 0. Read belt contents hold. And that's it. And then we merge and split. We can already control which side the satellite telemetry data is on, like this. So, if this goes here, satellite telemetry is going to be on this side already, which means we don't need this awkward thing. Probably this is all we need here. We do need to bring these together, though. It would probably be fine to aim this side at this side and this side at this side, but we've got plenty of room to merge and split it, so why don't we do it properly? I actually need to borrow a design that is a little tricky to make. If I can remember where I put it. I should probably have this thing blueprinted by now. Is this it? This is indeed it. Goes there. So that's just merging all of this into one belt, and all of the other rocket fuel and vulcanite blocks into one belt. Alright. And then we could probably save a bit of space here. This one goes here, goes here. Same diff on this side. Is the satellite telemetry going to be on the correct side this time? So it is on the lower side, coming out this way, and then it's on the upper side here, and then that doesn't work out so well for us. That's a little disappointing. Okay, we'll just change the shape of this one. Somehow. I actually don't think there's necessarily a clever, neat-looking way to do this part. Yeah, no. I think we either need another splitter or an awkward bit of belt like this. Which I think looks worse, personally, but that's obviously pretty subjective. Okay. So that could maybe connect like that. And then just trying to think how to belt this part. Maybe like that. It's probably fine. The end of the tunnel is wrong. The end of the tunnel... oh, this thing. I was probably going to move that anyway. But good catch. Kerbusa, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so those two go here, and... I think I like that a little better. Yeah, that's much better. Or to make this part a little bit tidier, maybe put that here. Okay. That should be all of our inputs, except for fluid. Also connect all of these chests. And just to confirm, this is more than enough barrels, and the inserters can definitely keep up. No worries. Next is setting the requests for these things. Steel. 1 train load. We could probably set it just barely higher. Not 173,000. That should get LTN only to deliver steel when we're almost out of it. Satellite telemetry stacks to 50. So we're going to request 9,000. Solid rocket fuel only stacks to 10. Vulcanite blocks to 100. Vulcanite blocks. And solid rocket fuel. And last but not least is chemical gel. We're going to need a regular request threshold for that. Because I set my defaults for this to a million, so that we don't get random deliveries, basically, when we're setting things up. Set that to a little bit more than 1 train load. And last but not least, I want to name the station. And we're just going to name it after its function. Chemical gel. Fantastic. Switch this on. And we've got plenty of at least most of these resources. It shouldn't be any time at all before the train comes. Then we just need to request electronic circuits and blank data cards, which is going to be considerably simpler. Once again, we are going to read belt contents. Read belt contents hold. Read hand contents as well. Only output when something equals 0. We need green circuits and blank data cards. Green circuit has to equal 0 before we output some more. Blank data cards. Whoops. There we go. And don't forget to connect these. And of course, Don't forget to tell LTN what we've got at the station. We also need what temperature? Negative 10 degree thermofluid. Green circuits. Go for 2 train loads. Blank data card. 2 train loads. Actually, the ratio is 1:1, right? So, well, we can only fit 3 and change of blank data cards. We'll probably just bump down the request for green circuits. Or I could make it like 40,000 so that a train comes when there's 8,000 left. Same as the blank data cards. So, request threshold, 100k, that's for fluids. Just double check that one was set correctly. And for negative 10 this time. And that should be it. Electronic circuit. Whoops. Blank data card. And negative 10 degree thermofluid. Fantastic. That should be all it takes. Here's our steel. And there's... whoops. There's our barrels. Why am I picking up green wire when I mean to get a remote? There we go. Right, so everybody's got green... I nearly said green barrels. I don't think it's possible to make green barrels unless you count filling the barrels with lubricant or something. Alright, so this goes here. I'll put in some undergrounds. There's going to be a big empty space here. Maybe I should... I was going to say maybe I should, like, measure this out to double this, but we've already got... Oh, the barrels are already more than twice what we need, right? Yeah, it's like almost 3 times. So we could probably... I'm just going to leave this as it is. If we have to add more later, it's going to be trivial to do that. And speaking of which, we don't need this many supercomputers here. I'm pretty sure. On the other hand, what's the harm in having them? Well, it's an extra wide area beacon, as a matter of fact. A fast inserter and tier 1 supercomputer. Be gone. Very obvious where those fit in future. And I still need to do the belts for this part. Not to mention the negative 10 degree thermofluid. That's a tragic fit. Okay. Especially considering how slow this is. Hmm. No, let's just merge it all and split it. It's gonna be less than one belt, regardless. So we can do this in the easiest way possible. Plastic. So that is gonna go about there. Close enough. Actually, let's move this over a tile. Now it's nice and symmetrical. That's pretty good. Extra machine learning can go into modules 4. Yeah, we are taking that into consideration. We're already overproducing machine learning data by like 5.36 per second here, and we can casually double it. So module 4's... Oh. It's literally just one machine learning data per module. So I think that's going to be enough. Unless modules end up going into science or something like that. Still unloading the green circuits because the stack size is 200. Here comes another train, this time with satellite telemetry. I'm surprised how long that's taking, actually. But it's probably fine. It ramps up like hell since you need 3 modules of the previous tier for the next tier. Well, in that case, we'll make another block. If we have to. In fact, we've got like half a block here that we can very easily copy. If we really want to get serious. Or we could use more speed modules. Since the belts are having no trouble whatsoever with the inputs. Last but not least, I need to connect all of these input fluids. And I'm just wondering if it'll be better to connect them down the bottom. I think it'll be a little bit neater. Wait, what's the total fluid throughput here? Let's just double check. It is still quite slow. So it really, the shape of the pipes really doesn't matter. But on the other hand, whoops, if we put this belt here instead, that is a pretty neat fit. So 9, 10, 11... Yeah, that fit is so neat, it's almost like I did it on purpose. I like that. That underground's as long as it can be, so... This will go here, I guess. 9, 10, 11 again. Alright, at least it's symmetrical. It's actually not that bad. Move the one on the end. I'm surprised. Actually, I guess I'm not that surprised. Blank data cards aren't here yet. We've long struggled with blank data cards. Always... Wait, what? Hold on. How do we not have polished data cards reaching the end of this belt? Oh. It's actually scrap? Something's wrong with this scrap loader here. Did the same thing happen over here? Yeah, it did. So what's the problem? We have two types of scrap. And we're loading... Oh, I think we need to make this a loop. Because... Okay, what? We're not telling LTN what's in this station. Whoops. That's actually all it's gonna take. And it's, once again, because I got rid of the substations and big electric poles and put in pylon substations, and I forgot that we used those to connect the wires in a couple of instances. Contaminated scrap? Yeah, we've got, scrap goes here, contaminated scrap goes here, and then we've got a precise loader. And over here I've got a little thing that prevents regular scrap from getting past this part of the belt. We're just reading belt contents hold, and this one says scrap equals 0. So we're not going to end up with just that little bit of scrap over here that's going to ruin everything. Another way to deal with this would just be to loop back this way. And it would become scrap sushi. We hardly get any scrap out of this recipe, so it's no it's no wonder it took so long to end up with enough scrap to discover this problem. I'm not seeing... Oh, there we go. There's a train coming to pick up the scrap now. Fantastic. And I guess this is the first time this loader is doing its thing as well. Oh. We already broke it, and the other one's being delivered to at the exact same time. Okay. We broke it because we forgot to connect these wires. Wait, wire cannot reach? Let's get the spiders too. No, the spiders aren't the problem. What? Is it trying to go to the train? You're kidding. The wire can reach from this chest to this chest, but not the inserters? That's pretty weird. That's very weird. Is it enough spiders? Possibly. It may be enough spiders. We finished crafting everything except for speed modules here. I want to try multiplying by input value. That is, multiplying the things that we're requesting into this chest by the number of things we're trying to make. In this case, that's 60 speed module 2s. For some other things it might be way too much. We'll let it run for a while and see what happens. But yeah. We'll copy this over here. And we'll need the spiders to come back and... Actually, I don't know. Because there's just one inserter per cargo wagon, we might actually not run into any problems here, because the stack size is going to get low enough. These two just happen to have, because the stack size is 10, and the stack size didn't drop yet, they're not sticking out. These ones, probably the stack size is going to drop before they get very close to finishing. 100, 95, 90, 85. So there's 160, 140, 120, 110, and that's it. Nope. What happened? Oh, I think I understand, because we're dividing by 4. Okay. I know just what to do here. The stack size is already 1. I don't have to mess with that. We're just going to momentarily change this to divided by 2. And away goes the train. Because there were only 2 cargo wagons left to go. And over here, exact same thing. I am curious as to whether we can reach the wire across here, or it was just... Yeah, we can't do it. That's pretty weird. I think we'll move that across a little bit. And... probably... update this like so. Just for the symmetry of it. Move that across. Get the spiders down here. Don't forget these extra bits of belt. And same deal. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Good thing to know blank data cards weren't stopped because we ran out of copper again or something. Fantastic. That is set to 4. That is set to 4. Okay. Nice. Wait, what? No, that's not quite right. There we go. Fantastic. I have only one Spidertron in SE? No, that's impossible. And I think I found it somewhere. Wait, what? Forgot the red wire? Ah yeah, that was the whole point, wasn't it? Thank you, Mess. Okay, so how long until we have a trainload of blank data cards? It's going to take a little while. Each of these is only 23 per second. Looks like we've got all of the other prerequisites. Not fluid, though. Wait, not fluid? Cold thermofluid, negative 10. I think we need another... Wow, this is actually empty. Pretty much. I think we need another fluid block. Why don't we add 2 more just to make sure we're ahead of the curve? Or hope we're ahead of the curve, anyway. Oh, this is still using the... the old big power poles. And one over here as well. Alright, let's get you to stop right about here. Quite happy with the space, actually. There are, of course, a few little things I would change, but it's going quite well. Rocket science. And machine learning data. Wait, did I forget to do the inputs? Yeah, I did. For machine learning data. Let's just use regular belt until we know where that's going. I think we should just do it like this. The hitches and stuff and lurches are because the spiders are currently placing a lot of rail signals. And once you have a big enough rail network, placing rail signals becomes a bit traumatic for your computer. And let's not forget... Oh, this lines up perfectly. Beautiful. Let's not forget to connect our fluid inputs up here. That actually reaches max distance as well. Very, very nice. I know that's unnecessary, I just like the look of it. Okay. Now we've got our scaffolding here for the fluid block almost. Oof. The machines on top don't have machine data input. Machines on top. Oh, good point. Yeah, I really should have thought of that. I don't think this'll reach through. I could move the beacon up a bit. Although I am kind of fond of the symmetry, I'm not gonna lie. What's the most elegant... Oh, that works. Long arm inserter? Or maybe... maximum... symmetry look. I think I like that better. That's kind of weird. We could use a splitter instead. Wait, that's already... Maybe I spend a little too much time on aesthetics sometimes. It's probably fine. Okay. We have our block. Fantastic. Let's grab all of this. And make another copy. I wonder if I shouldn't be putting all of the thermofluid in one place. But on the other hand, 100,000 is a pretty big delivery for thermofluid, so it's probably fine. This goes about here. That was a very quick build. Very nice. Okay. So, everywhere I look now, negative 273 degree thermofluid is just empty. It's so empty in these pipes that we can't even see that negative 273 belongs here. Oh, wait, what? This pump is full. What's going on here? What's the condition on this pump? Cold thermofluid is greater than negative 273. But I think this was another instance of... I forgot about the big poles and substations connecting things. I don't suppose this reaches down here. It does not. How about if we do this? Fantastic. Okay, we're going to copy that across all of these ones as well. Is this like a preset world? What's with all the train grids? This is orbit. Yeah, this is a space station, basically. Maybe not the most realistic space station, but we start out with empty space and then we have to build out. To get here to begin with, we need to launch a rocket from the ground, and then we need like a cargo rocket to take ourselves and other things up there. this is my third account. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the mod is called Space Exploration, and it adds an awful lot of stuff on top of the vanilla game. It also changes a few of the production chains for vanilla items a little bit, but not that much, honestly. Just enough to really throw you off as you figure out inserters in the early game, for example. Okay, but it is actually about time to finish the stream for today. I'm a little sad I haven't seen blank data cards delivered here just yet. I'm not surprised. It is going to take a little while to catch up. 5.8k. Oh, this one's getting a delivery right now, actually, but I'm guessing it's not going to happen to be going where we want it. I can hijack the train, though. So we'll send it down here until empty. And that's going to be all it takes. Let's remove that temporary stop as well. Did you end up making material 2 sides? Technically, no, but I'm pretty sure everything is in place that it'll get done eventually. We are lacking broad material catalog. It has been... How have we got 7.9 thousand? I actually don't understand. Because we should have received a delivery of 8,000 of whatever goes into this. The ratio is 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. So there should be enough broad material catalogs here to trigger a train delivery. I actually forgot as well to set up heavy girders here. So let's do that. Stack size is 50. So we're just going to go for slightly more than 1 train load. Heavy girder requester. Heavy girders. And make sure we tell LTN what's in our station. We've already done that. Fantastic. What about this side? Iridium plate. I think I did set that up, except I forgot to turn on the constant combinator. That one looks good to go. So yeah, we need literally like 2 broad, maybe there's an inserter missing here. One of the outputs. It's this one. Broad material. The inserter's the wrong way around. Oh my god. You're kidding. Doesn't that mean the thing that we copied this from has the same mistake? That might explain a couple of things. It does. Oh my god. A well-deserved bong. Thank you, Zavoxifol. We don't have the same mistake over here. How do I even do that? Like, normally I would go like that to place those inserters, so how did I end up with 1 out of 4 being backwards? Do you think a bot-based base would work with SE despite having bot failure active? If you could provide enough new bots to the network, absolutely, and we are doing that in some places. Asandanima, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so that should That's exactly 8,000 broad material catalogs. And we do have balanced loaders here. However, despite that, I have seen... Okay, it doesn't help that we didn't set the stack size to 1, since this is slow enough for that. But I have seen trains come to pick this up. It happened with Energy Catalog, whereby even though we've got a balanced loader here, we're going to end up with like 2 items that are not... This is exactly enough to fill 1 train. We're going to end up with like 2 items that are in the wrong place, I think. And if it does happen, I may have been able to prevent it if I set the stack size for these inserters to 1. We'll soon see. Yep, there it is. There's 4 broad material catalog. I don't know how this one got 4 extra. But you know what? We're just gonna send it. But yeah, maybe stack size 1 would have prevented this. But I think we tried that before and it didn't happen. However, now we've got... I don't know how we've got 8 here, actually. Now that those inserters are sticking out, that's an extra problem. Anyway, it might fix it for future instances. Let's copy this and paste it back to this other block. Make sure those are all stack size 1. And more importantly, we've got our broad data. We've got insights. We're soon going to have significant data. Or at least we would if I didn't put this pylon substation in the wrong place. Or leave it there, rather. Let's get our spiders down there to fix it. I really want to get this working just before we finish the stream today, since we're so close. And I think we just put regular belt here, don't we? I think I will still make the extra fluid blocks. Well, then again, we've already added 1 more, and we probably, maybe, didn't need it, because there was a problem with this wire not being connected. So we'll see how that goes. And here it comes. Insights, blank data cards. And away they go. I like how the significant data glows. I mean the insights, the material insights. Also, we got our girders and iridium plate. Fantastic. There's our material simulation. 30%. I think this will be our first material 2 ever. Yeah, it definitely will. And here it goes. What about this one? Slightly behind. Fantastic. Oh, did it already... Oh, we've got the wrong filters on these. Material 2 and material 1. Beautiful. And there it is. With the limits that I copied from the other signs because we wanted to stop it for a while. Fantastic. Alright. Now we can finish the stream happy. Let's find someone to raid. Who is playing Factorio today? Mucky. Oh, Cephanated dropped in, didn't they? Let's drop in on them. Intertooth? Alright. Yeah, it's been a minute since we raided Intertooth. I don't see them though. Did they finish? Or... Tooth. Oh, they're playing Stardew Valley. Okay. Thanks for the stream. No worries. Thanks for dropping by. Actually, it's been a minute since we raided Dune, and they are playing Factorio. Let's drop by Dune today. With the epic voice. Thank you all for watching. Do take care, and I'll see you next time. Check out the Discord or the Blueprints if you're interested. If you have any questions or anything, by all means. Mr. Dotrower, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. See you, Veldak. See you, Robust. Thanks for hanging out. Take care, guys. Let's go.
What's your... Oh, this one's open.
Tyrannosaurus Axe. Hey guys. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. You guys should check Tyrannosaurus Axe out. I read him a lot, so you probably already have.